Okay, so yeah, should be live now, hopefully. What? Oh, I guess I already redeemed that code. Was that today? Eight oh four, 809. No, that wasn't today. I just redeemed that code. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I had redeemed that code before. Um, okay, let's go get the expedition rewards. We've got quite a few things on the agenda for today in Genshin. I still gotta do some of the daily things. I have finished my commissions, though. Okay, so let's head to the new pool spot. This one should hopefully be a bit luckier than the previous. So you don't remember where it is. It's this way. But yeah, it's where I took the picture for the channel banner. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of things to get done before Fontaine is out. So that's the goal today, is to finish everything I can before Fontaine releases. Pretty much. Um, okay, so it was around here is where I took the picture, so yeah. Let's go ahead and try a pool. Hoping for C4 Yanfei, mostly. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting the new Fontaine character that releases, but I don't know if they'll be good or anything yet. I'm wanting to see what 4 stars are on their banner as well, because I don't know about that yet. I'll probably be buying the pass when it comes out too. Yeah, let's go do a hypostasis, because I still need to do that for Kokomi to level up, and then after that, we can go do like Dragon Spine stuff, then come back, fight the Hydro Hypostasis again, then do bounties and weekly missions like that. And then after that, I can go and do I can do the Secrets of Paradise stuff. But yeah, I just want to try to make sure I get everything I need to get done completed first. Wait, I think today is the day that I can get Kokomi to level 90. I also want to do some stuff in the Genshin card game pretty soon, too. I've been playing that some off-stream. I am trying to build a K-Trick team in it. I saw one that looked interesting, so I want to learn how a lot more of the, oh, I didn't mean to do that, how a lot more of the card game mechanics work, and then I can start building my own stuff, hopefully. But yeah, it will be maining K-Trick in it, just like in regular Genshin. But yeah, there's a streamer that I watch a lot that is kind of interested in learning the Genshin card game, so I thought that I would try to learn it too, and then I'd like moderate in their channel and stuff, so I could probably help them with that. But yeah, it's also pretty fun. I did enjoy it when I played it, and then I did my weekly 7, and I enjoyed that. So I might do the Keiching Invitation match today too. Like, it's gonna be a fairly long, or maybe not this specific stream won't be that long, maybe, but like I'm pretty much gonna be streaming Genshin for the rest of the day, for sure, to try to get everything done. Yeah, I actually dodged that dolphin there. Okay, so this one-shot's one of them. Then you pop ults. Then suck it this way and hit it with skill. pretty good. I don't think that's the last one that I need, but fortunately, I've got all the dues of repudiation, but repudiation, I'm not sure. Oh wait, that might have been it. Okay, yeah, I just need to get the pearls, which I know where some are. I don't know if they've regenerated yet, though. It's like the main issue. Oh, I didn't mean to jump off this yet. They should have regenerated because it's been 2 days. Yeah, they have. Thought that I lined this up perfectly. Okay, and then 2 right here. And then we go to this island. Through the island be doing whatever. Okay, so let's head here. We can travel left. So yeah, as long as I walk along the beach, there should be some of these spirits, and I can collect the materials that I need. Hopefully. Yeah, it's also Monday, so I'd like to get some paging materials, and I've also got to do Trump's domains this week, so I might do Wolf of the North instead.
Into the wind. Don't blink.
But we'll see. Or I could probably do Wolf of the North and a talent thing today. Just gotta wait on energy. Oh, that was a purple. Or not a purple, a blue. But yeah, as you can see, I just need to collect these. I haven't been doing these daily. I've just been doing them whenever I feel like it. But I've still got quite lots.
Speed of light. One with nature. Don't blink. Hey! With sword comes shadow.
Okay, so I think this way there's some more. I might have to pull out the interactive map in a second. If not, I know there's some on the other side. Let me see. Oh wait, I've got the thing to speak to. Wait, where is that? This thing. Is that thing good over there? It's gonna be a while, it seems. Yeah, I've forgotten how that works. I used it once so far. Just gonna leave it over there. Keep trying to find what I need to find. There we go.
Into the wind. Incoming.
I'm assuming that that looks good. I wasn't gonna wait there forever for it. Oh, wait. You have to hit it. Forgot about that. That's what I was missing.
The wind knows me. Don't blink.
I mean, not bad, I guess. Materials are materials, I suppose. I mean, some of those things, like, I think I could use. No. Yeah, I think I got a component to craft those some more. What is my spectral husk looking like? Need 24, so I don't have enough. Yeah, I never really get higher than the grade drops of these things,
Scatter. Hold the line. Into the
so it
wind.
takes me forever to actually farm them.
Hey. Cut to the chase. The wind knows me.
There we go, just gotta complain about it. Yeah, some treasure hoarders, pretty good to defeat as well. It's a lot of
Rest and revisit.
people that
Into the wind.
need those items. They drop. It's always with the test subjects. Those guys as well.
With sword comes shadow. Don't blink.
Okay, so got these two spectral husks, got another two spectral husks, and then oh wow, that dropped like everything. I might have enough stuff already, but I'm gonna do the other two spectral husks
Don't blink.
first too. Or whatever these things are called.
The wind knows me. Germinate. Incoming. Hey. Hold the line.
Okay, let's go ahead and proc Hyper Bloom for some damage. Yeah, I keep kind of forgetting that this is really a Hyper Bloom team, and I should probably be proccing that for the actual damage rather than just staring at it. Oh, I'm doing pretty good, just trying to knock out some daily and weekly stuff, then going on and doing the Secret Summer Paradise stuff before Fontaine releases, hopefully. Yeah, I do need the blues for talent level up materials as well, so don't mind converting everything.
I often use this.
Okay, I don't know if I have enough books for this, but oh, I do. Nice. Okay, so that's Kakomi's Ascension and stuff. Finish. All I need now is just stronger artifacts and then maybe trying to get a better weapon or just increasing that one some more. Although prototype amber is like not that bad. Dragon Spine. I'll probably do Dragon Spine first.
Don't worry. Time to go.
But yeah, I'm just gonna try to get everything I can done before Fontaine. Pretty much is all I'm trying to do this stream. Trying to make sure that I finish the Secret Summer Paradise because it took me a while to finish all of the prerequisite quests that were blocking my access to it. And then I also had to do all the Archon quests and all that too. So finish that. I think I've still technically got I got a quest. I've still got some like world missions, but they're not Archon quest. So I should be able to start Fontaine whenever it releases. I do want to finish those missions too at some point. Another two-way down here. Yeah, I just ascended Kokomi to 90. That was something that I wanted to get done too, because I've been trying to build her as like a damage dealer in a way, but she deals a lot of damage based on her HP. So, um, ascending her is gonna increase that naturally as well.
Speed of light. Spring forth.
Clouds high, the birds call. Wind strike quickly.
Don't blink.
This isn't good.
I mean, not like full DPS. Like I could probably get more attack and stuff for full DPS, but uh, once she reaches like 35,000 HP, she can proc the Ocean Hued Clan set bonus pretty effectively, which can deal up to like 30,000 damage whenever it procs. There's like a little bubble that spawns, and whenever the bubble pops, it will do about 30,000
The wind
damage. It
clears
can't crit or anything, and it's just regular damage. It's not like water damage or anything. But it's based on your healing. And so, like, if you overcharge your healing, it's still good. But whenever Kokomi uses her ultimate, she, like, ascends and does a lot of increased damage as well. That scales off of her HP and healing bonus. But the Ocean Huge Clam set's also just, like, a nice way to get in some extra damage. You see Harvest Wish. Oh wait, this is the defeat all opponents one.
Time to
You
go.
need to go grab this. Because it's going to be these things. The damage from Dragon Spine's not too bad.
Speed of light.
It's kind of gonna, or Kokomi's gonna kind of be like how I built Silverwolf and Star Rail, where she'll deal quite a lot of damage, but I should still have like a main DPS unit that's gonna be slightly stronger. Pretty sure. Need to swap over to a party with Pyro. For this.
Wrap up the flame. Boom boom. Ha. Ch. 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 Ha. Ch. Ch. Ch.
Hammer doesn't really like this slope
Going in.
angle. Yeah, I also main Keiching. I got her C1 from the Kokomi banner because I missed the 50-50 on Kokomi originally and then just collected like all of the Prio gems I could from Inazuma, Bliwa, and Mondstadt that I still had left over, so yeah, I'm hoping to get more EM stuff. Like I haven't actually farmed for relics in this game yet, just because I've been trying to get a team to level 90 or so, and then like my second team needs to probably get to level 80 as well. The Bennett Yanfei team. Um, but whenever I start farming for relics, I should hopefully get some better stats and stuff. But I'm gonna be like triple crowning her and stuff eventually too. My Wolf of the North boss fights have not been too generous on the material I need for her talent relics to actually level up, like these Rings of Boreas. I keep getting the tails every time, so I'm having to convert it every week. But currently, most of my relics on her are just purples from time that I farmed for them. But they're not that bad for being purple. Like I have this piece that's pretty good. The rest of the pieces are just purples. Yeah, currently she's at 31, or she'll be at like 53 whenever I actually have the it's 53 161 whenever R5 Harbinger is actually active, which I'm able to keep up with Kokomi pretty easily. So it usually stays at about yeah, like, or 58 161. Um I definitely need some more crit rate. The main issue is that Harbinger like gives me 42% crit damage, so it kind of messes up the crit rate scaling as well. Yeah, Kokomi's healing is like, yeah, 5,000 healing, so she's able to stay at above the 90 HP thing as long as I'm within the range of the jellyfish pretty easily. Oh yeah, this is gonna be outside thing. I need to go to here first. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my crit damage is partially carried by the Harbinger plus that one relic that has like 24% crit damage, but once I get some time to actually farm for relics and stuff, I'm also kind of waiting for Fontaine to see if there's going to be any interesting relics there, but I don't think that Keiching will really need anything for that. Might just be some of the other units that could use that. Yeah, I definitely need more crit rate than what I have, but at the moment, that's all that I've really farmed for and stuff. I've been trying to level up teams and everything first, and then now that I've gotten everything to like all the talents to 8 for caging and stuff, I'm gonna be mainly focusing on her relics rather than like talents and stuff. I used the or last week there was the event that doubled talent material drops, so that also kind of made it where I had to wait before I could start to try to farm relics. I think that's, oh no, there's one right here. But yeah, I'm also hoping to learn how caching works in the card game because I do want to play her in that. Um, Although I need to do her event where you summon her with a letter so that way I can actually get the card. Yanfei, I'm pretty sure it's just attack, is what I've read. Like, I've heard that you can get some stuff in Elemental Mastery, but her damage output is so, like, or like her pyro application so fast because she's a catalyst user that it ends up kind of making it where it's a bit um, useless unless you're able to have someone that can spread like cryo as quickly. But my Yanfei team is my second team here. Yanfei Melt, and I have Yanfei Rosaria Bennett jungling. I'm hoping to get Yanfei's fourth constellation off of the current banner. I'm at C3. And whenever I get that, that should help quite a bit too, because she'll be able to get that shield. But at the moment, let me go check Yanfei. She's able to put out pretty good damage because she has a 4-star weapon compared to Keishing only having a 3-star. But um, definitely needs like better crit rate, crit damage um, from relics and stuff. She has Widsith, so that's increasing her crit damage. Um, she has pretty high attack and stuff. I haven't really farmed the Crimson Witch domain too much. Is kind of the main reason that I haven't built her. I kind of just have some random relics at the moment. Um, but the Crimson Witch of Flames domain is kind of difficult for my team to deal, or it was difficult for my team to deal with for a bit. It should be pretty good now. Um, Yeah, like I do think that she's pretty good overall. Like the ideal strat with her is to have something like Bennett ult that she can stand in for some damage buff, and then she's got her like I guess talent in a way is like she can hit enemies and it summons these sand seals, and at one or more seals she'll deal increased damage with a charge attack. I think the ideal like DPS ratio for her is 2 stacks into the charge. Um, but the more stacks that she has, the less stamina that she uses for the charge attack. But ideally, you want to be basically spamming charge attacks as much as possible. And then her skill gives her 3 stacks instantly. Her ultimate, she needs to stay on field for like 15 seconds or something to get the most use out of it. So I usually try to make sure that I have Bennett ult down before I use the on-phase ult. Um, but it increases her damage and also gives her seals at a fixed interval. So, um, and I think it also makes her a bit harder to be knocked out of her things, or that might be a consolation. Yeah, I think it's her consolation that makes it where she's less likely to be interrupted during charge. But at C4, she gets a shield. So I've seen some people build Yanfei with a lot of HP for the shield to actually be pretty effective, because it's not that bad, but it does require C4. Um, and then her C6 is like okay, it gives her 4 seals, which makes it where she can. I think she can get to like 100% stamina reduction at C4 with her um, talents and everything leveled up on the charged attack. She can basically just completely negate the stamina usage for that, but it does make it where her DPS output is a bit lower, I think, than just doing 2 stacks. But yeah, overall with like Widsith and Bennett, Bennett of course needing like a bunch of attack for him to be useful. Like you want to try to build as much base attack on him as possible instead of uh, the attack percent. I definitely need to work on him more, but at the moment this is what I've got. You don't really need as much HP on him because he heals so much anyway that or like his burst heals so much anyway so quickly that he doesn't need the HP as much as he just needs base attack. I don't really know why the burst is based off of his base attack, but it explicitly mentions it in the second bullet point of the information field, so that will make it where Yanfei does more damage overall. And then Widsiv buffs can be like attack percent, which is good for Yanfei. It can be elemental mastery, which is fine for Yanfei. She still gets use out of it, especially in like melt teams or vaporize teams. And then it can also just be all elemental type damage bonus as well, which is pretty good. So that's why I use Widsith with her. Plus, I think it's probably like the best weapon that I would have for her anyway. Yeah, it'd be like either that or maybe like Favonius. Or I don't even think she gets that much out of Favonius. It'd probably be something like Sacrificial Fragments, maybe. Mavamari could be useful with Elemental Mastery. But yeah. And then Xiangling and Bennett just work well together, and then Rosaria's for cryo application on that team mostly. I have her at like C4, I think, so she's able to apply cryo pretty consistently because one of the constellations make it where her ultimate that applies pyro lasts longer. But I use that Yanfei team for um, the Spiral Abyss, and so far I've only cleared like the first section of Spiral Abyss with 9 stars, but I'm hoping that once Fontaine's out and stuff, I can get some more time to farm artifacts and stuff, and then get further in Spiral Abyss. Yeah, no problem. She's like a pretty interesting character, I think, overall. I think that she's not too bad when fully built for like a 4-star DPS. I think she's my best 4-star DPS at the moment, at least. It's like between her and Razor, and then kinds of Xiangling. Xiangling kind of better as support, especially if you already have like Yanfei for main DPS. Okay. But yeah, I'm just going to be continuing finishing up dailies for now, hopefully. Oh wait, I don't need to go here for the thing. I don't know if I have enough for the tree to increase. Oh, I actually do. Okay, so it'll be about 2 more um, Crimson Wishes before I'm able to get this maxed out. Yeah, another crown, and then I'm gonna go do these. Or you know what? I'll probably save those for Fontaine, because there'll probably be reputation rewards in Fontaine too. Let me go do the wolf fight.
Time to go. Into the wind.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna have enough stamina for that. I'm gonna go ahead and eat a Barbados Ratatouille thing, because that should still be useful all day.
The wind knows me.
And maybe make this. I was about to jump, but yeah, I actually didn't have enough. Okay, I'll try to just go around.
Time to go.
If I can't make it with the Barbados thing, then I need to go around.
Scatter! Hold the line! Speed of light! Got lucky that time. Don't blink! Hey!
Into the wind.
Am I really... And my stamina's kind of just disappearing. I might need to swap to double Animo team. In a second.
The wind knows me. Time to go. Time to go.
Okay. Now I should be good to run around. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up some information about these. I've never seen one in game until now.
One with nature.
But I did see one posted online the other day, and I was gonna try to look up some stuff about it.
Into the wind.
The unusual Hilichurl. There's like a few different locations that can spawn, like 3 to 4 or 2 to 3 times a week, I think.
Scatter. Rest and rebuild. Cut to the chase. Germinate.
Should be able to hyper bloom.
Propagate.
One with nature.
Incoming.
But yeah, I'm considering eventually, whenever I get some more time for this team, to swap in or Kirara over the Traveler for Dendro. I wasn't really sure which one would be better before I started building them, but I was able to get the Traveler up to level 90 pretty easily. So I decided to go with them for now, but I think that the shield will actually be pretty useful with Keishing since she runs in a lot anyway.
Allow me.
And I'm hoping that the Kirara has some Dendro application as well. Because the Traveler has like their skill, but they can only proc that once in a while. It's kind of like having Kaya for cryo application.
Nowhere to hide. Rest and rebuild.
Into the wind.
Don't blink.
Yeah, Traveler is also nice being off-field.
Speed of light.
Plus, getting her constellations makes it where
Propagate.
she'll be pretty useful too.
Wind music.
Don't blink.
I would imagine. I definitely need to get like another energy regeneration sword instead of just having the PlayStation sword on her. But
Allow me.
she's still able to proc her burst when I need it because she has 160 energy regen already. Yeah, this is like the only real archetype outside of like free to play. Oh, I actually did get a ring and a Dream Solvent, so I can get one of Keiching's talents upgraded today, maybe. But yeah, this is pretty much like the only archetype that Traveler is pretty good in. It's Dendro, or like Electro with Dendro stuff. But yeah, I use Sacrificial on Kazuha. I don't have that many swords for my teams. I mostly get bows or claymores out of the wish stuff. I did get this sword off of the battle pass, but it's not that good for energy regeneration. But I have that on Kazuha at the moment, which makes it where his energy regeneration is a bit high. Um, if I get like an elemental mastery sword on Kazuha, I'll probably give Traveler his sacrificial sword and then give Kazuha the elemental mastery sword. But for now, I'm at 160 energy regeneration rate and then like 49% Dendro. I definitely just need like more elemental mastery on a lot of my characters. I kind of have Kazuha's burst as like my main source of elemental mastery for this team. Yeah, probably gonna increase her skill for anything. Okay, so it's gonna be like 6 minutes before that resets. I think it was just at 18. That should stop this from being navigated to. Well, I was gonna do the bounties and stuff, but I'm gonna save that for Fontaine. I guess I can, yeah, go to the teapot and do that. Make Iron Sting. Yeah, I probably could do that actually. Or here, I can check here.
Time to go.
Oh yeah, I forgot that this is elemental mastery. Elemental mastery base attack. Dealing elemental damage. Increases all damage by 6 seconds. Yeah, I could put this on Kazuha for now. The secondary effect's not that good with Kazuha, but the elemental mastery scaling should be good. And I've got more than enough. More and everything to upgrade it, hopefully. Probably just going to be locked behind um, materials. So yeah, I can move Sacrificial Sword here. Yeah, I think Iron Sting would probably be good on the Traveler as well eventually.
Wherever in
If I
this
can
world,
find another Elemental
I
Mastery
carry
Sword.
memories of my home.
Because now the Traveler's going to have, like...
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Yeah, now Traveler's at 218% energy regen. Cost about 169. Or here, I could just auto-add material. Since I have it on 2-star and under.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Yeah, Kazuha doesn't need as much like base attack as he needs elemental mastery from this. Okay, now it's using the shards. So that's gonna level it up faster. Okay, I might have some of those I can craft.
We have put in.
Yeah, he'll definitely like have pretty good use out of the EM. I'm just kind of worried about the other ability not being too useful, but I mean, Kazuha still does like a lot of swirl damage, I guess. So, what wood types for these? Is it more fir wood? Fir, pine, and fir. Okay, so 18 fir and 6 pine. Yeah, I'll need to mine some rocks eventually. I think I only needed 6 of this, but I'll make some extra.
If you ever have it.
Yeah, Kazuha's sub DPS isn't bad. Like, I definitely need more crit rate, crit damage for that kind of a thing with Kazuha, but he's mostly on this team for support just because he gives a lot of elemental mastery to everyone.
Wherever in this
And
world I
then the
roam,
swirl's also
I
not
carry
bad.
memories of my home.
But yeah, I did farm a few resources
It is
for
the
him.
last link I have to the land of my birth.
But yeah, he has like energy recharge sand. Probably could be. Or it's probably good at energy recharge for now, but maybe you could use like elemental mastery or more elemental mastery on the substats for stuff. Because I do need some energy recharge with Kazuha, but I don't need as much as I had. With the Traveler, I need quite a bit, so should be pretty good. Yeah, the swirl and the like burst as well, because the burst also increases or it decreases enemies' resistance to whatever element is swirled. So if you get like Keiching to do her ult during the swirl from Kazuha's ult, then it'll change it to lightning swirl inside, so then enemies will take increased damage from Keiching's skill and ultimate while the burst is still happening. And then it also just increases her elemental mastery by quite a bit too, so makes it where her damage output's pretty good during the burst and everything. There must have been some event where I got all of this material for these swords. Showcase of Keiching. I can try. I guess I'll go fight that thing in Inazuma, the Nameless Samurai. Let me see if I can increase this sword a bit more. What's the... I'm looking for the one that makes like a plus. Okay, so it does use that, so yeah, I'm not going to be able to upgrade that for now. I'll have to wait until Wednesday. So Inazuma. The Nameless Samurai is... Where are they at? Can you look that up? Nameless Samurai Genshin location. Okay, so it's going to be here. I'll mark this on the map for future reference. Yeah, it's just up here.
Let me try my blade.
Scatter!
Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
With sword comes shadow.
Hey, that was kind of just electro charge damage there, more than quicken or anything, just because I didn't have Traveler's Burst active. But
Got lucky that time.
I think this enemy also might be a little bit electric resistant.
Speed of light.
But yeah, I think okay, yeah, phase 2. I'm gonna wait until this jellyfish charges some, and then I'm gonna try to go in. Or here, let me charge Cosmo Burst too. Okay, so do Traveler,
Hold the line.
Takakomi,
As one with wind and cloud.
Kazuha,
Nowhere to hide.
Keiching.
Don't blink. Hey!
Yeah, I mean either thing that it swirls is pretty okay because if it's like swirling Dendro, it's still dealing Dendro damage over time from the ultimate and everything being reapplied, and then like swirling Hydra is not that good. It'll chain swirls too whenever you actually do the burst sometimes. Like as long as you're getting a lot of electro inside of the um, range of the ultimate, then it can change elements, but it happens a bit late into it. But yeah, it's pretty good damage per second. I wish that there was like a good way to measure the damage, but in Genshin now it's like really weird to measure damage for like Dendro team specifically. Like this team, it's just like there's so many damage procs that it's really damage over time rather than just having a big number like with the vaporize or melt teams. They would always have like giant numbers for their damage with like Mona's ultimate or like Diluc and stuff. Or Diluc's not really that good, but was pretty good for a while. So where? Oh yeah, I was gonna do the talents domain. So yeah, I would just farm this if Fontaine wasn't releasing pretty soon with all of my original resonant stuff, but I'm saving that for Fontaine at the moment.
Propagate! Allow me! Into the wind. Speed of light. Incoming.
But yeah, I have like damage from the jellyfish, healing from Ocean Hued's clam set on Kokomi. Got damage from the swirl, damage from this, and also just damage from caging in general, so it's kind of hard to keep track of everything for actually like measuring the damage if you wanted to like
Incoming.
pause it and go frame by frame. I guess that would be a way, and like watch a playback of it. All I know is that it's basically just doing a lot of damage, and that the stats that I'm going for are improving that damage for whatever reason. Or not really like whatever reason. Like I know the reason, but you can't really like see it just because there's so many damage numbers anyway that um and like the damage numbers are just being increased by like the smallest bit, but it adds up. Yeah, I probably couldn't make it to floor 12 at the moment with these teams just because my artifacts definitely need some work, but I could probably or I don't know if I could do the next floor even. I think I tried it once with the second team. The main issue is just the Yanfei team's pretty weak in general. Um, just because I haven't farmed for them too much. I've been focusing a lot on the main team, and like my main team can clear whatever challenge they're doing in like a minute or 2 minutes around, but the second team usually is just a bit slower in general, just because Yanfei can't really aim that well being a catalyst user. So it makes it pretty difficult if I run into like large groups of enemies, it's pretty bad, but with smaller groups of enemies, it's not too bad. And then I think the next floor was like, um, you either do large groups of enemies or you do. Let me check. Yeah, it's you either do large groups of enemies or you have like the primordial mishap, which I don't know. I mean, maybe this team could do it. It was I think last week the last Spiral Abyss was like you either have a team that clears out the first room of enemies that has like 50 enemies spawn in it, or you have a team that goes and fights the all the pyro slimes and stuff like that, which my second team can't really deal with pyro too well, or like pyro resistant enemies, since I run 3 pyro characters on it. Yeah, I can try this. I might actually be able to clear it now that I've gotten a few constellations on Yanfei and Rosaria since the last time that I've tried. So it's group of enemies on the first half, and then I mean, yeah, the Thunderhelm Lultro might be an issue. The Electro Mages should be fine though. It like one time I did Spiral Abyss and I accidentally got my team, my like Kazuha. I was running um Yao Yao over Kokomi at the time because I didn't have Kokomi. But one time I switched like Kokomi and Kazuha positions and that threw me off. Or Yao Yao and Kazuha positions and that threw me off for that team. So I gotta make sure that I do it in the right order. I have like a similar order for both teams where I have like support into main DPS into support heal into other support for both teams. Yeah. Um, Elemental Mastery. I don't need the max HP. Yeah, I think Elemental Mastery is probably the best one because Bennett doesn't have a good way of healing outside of his ultimate.
Rest and rebuild.
One with nature.
Yeah, I mostly just have to group these enemies together with Kazuha and then just send in Keiching, and that takes them out.
The wind knows me.
Speed of light.
One with nature.
Allow me.
I need to use Keiching for this.
The wind knows me.
Germinate.
As one with wind and cloud.
Yeah, the Electro Slimes are kind of the main issue with not having any, or having a 3-star weapon on Keiching.
Incoming.
Yeah, EM's like pretty good for this team. This team definitely doesn't have that much.
Teamwork is
Okay,
teamwork.
do this.
Eat
And then always end with Yanfei. Well, because you want to try to get the most use out of Yanfei's burst,
Incinerate.
which just increases her damage while she's on field.
Let's light it up.
Yeah, Rosaria should be a bit better now. I had her at like level 60 the last time I tried this, so level 60 with like a level 30 weapon. I've got to wait on Bennett's burst to recharge before I can put Yanfei back in.
Motion to compel.
Yeah, they keep pushing me out of the Bennett
Yikes.
range as well. And then there's some like water thing that keeps interrupting my charged attack as well.
Judgment. Lights out. Boom boom. Let's light it up. Yeah.
And now Bennett needs healing.
You can't run. Looks like overtime today. Motion to compel. I'm going in.
Okay, gotta heal Bennett for a second. Bennett, Rosaria.
Breath of the flame. Boom boom.
But yeah, this team's just not dealing enough damage at the moment, I think. Fortunately. I need like the catch on Chongling eventually. That's something that I've been waiting on. I've just been a bit too lazy to go fishing. recently. Because I've been trying to get everything else done before Fontaine. But
Everybody stand back. Eat this.
I can at least, like, get 2-star on this part. Maybe. I mean, they're both at, like, half HP at the moment.
Incinerate. Let's light it up. Boba, get them. That really hurt. I'm going in. Nice and spicy.
Yeah, I just have to use this Bennett burst to heal.
Invisible evidence. Boom.
Hey, I've got to swap out.
You can't run. Lights out. Teamwork is dreamwork. Motion
I'm gonna swap to Yanfei for a second. Okay.
Boba, get them.
Okay, first one's almost dead. They push you around everywhere, so you don't really get much use out of Bennett's ult.
You can't run.
Or, Rosaria's.
Everybody stand back. You're toast. Race you. Boom.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I get 2 stars, but it's just that team's damage definitely could be increased a bit more with a bit or a few more artifacts and some weapon upgrades and stuff will probably help. And 8 seconds sprint plus 20%. I think Elemental Burst restoring HP is pretty good for the second team. The first team doesn't really need damage buffs because they're already a higher level than most of the enemies.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
With sword comes shadow. Incoming.
The wind knows me.
Rest and rebuild. Turret, bring refuge.
Yeah, whenever Kokomi's burst is active, she actually does pretty good damage. She had like a 26,000 damage in there somewhere I saw.
At the frying pan. Let's light it up. You can't run.
Okay, so try to focus this mage. It does have a giant circle around it.
Maybe this is just
Okay,
fate's dark
yeah.
design.
Rosaria getting one shot's not too surprising.
Incinerate.
Okay, try to back up out of the range.
The
Okay, yeah,
wall
it's over.
has loopholes.
Rip. Yeah, the second team's just a bit too squishy and everything at the moment, for Spiral Abyss. But as soon as Yanfei's dead, like, I just don't have the damage to stay in there. Exile Pocket Watch. So yeah, on to, I guess it'll be inside here somewhere. Now I can continue doing Secret Summer Paradise. I'm a little bit into this. I haven't done too much. The last time I was in here, I did the section where you were on rails for like the first time. It should be somewhere in this section. Oh yeah, right here.
Time to go.
Oh yeah, I've done that. It'll be over there. I'm gonna go grab this chest first if I can.
One with nature.
But yeah, if I get like the catch plus probably just like a week of farming the Crimson Witch domain, then that second team will actually be able to get damage and everything. And maybe some survivability. But at the moment, it's just like I have some decent Yanfei artifacts. They're kind of this one's pretty good. The other one was kind of okay. I have like some off ones just for their substats and stuff, and then have like some damage bonuses and stuff. But like Rosaria's got pretty much nothing on her, and then Bennett kind of the same thing. So just definitely need some stronger artifacts for the second team, and then they can be a bit more useful in Spiral Abyss.
Welcome back.
Still able to
Any
9-star
complaints?
the first section of it though.
Don't tell me you've taken care of all the problems and now I don't have to do anything. Yeah, we even rode the choo-choo cart. Do you want to come ride too? But maybe you'll have to wait till tomorrow. I'm a little tired now.
Seems she had a little too much fun and now she's about to crash. I think it's time for a rest.
Good idea. I think we could all use some downtime. Thanks for giving me some energy, Klee.
Then we'll see you later.
Bye, Miss Honorary Knight. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, I've been thinking about maybe using Kaya for the Yanfei team over like Xiangling,
Well, it sounds like
but
our
I'm
young
not
mage
really
enjoyed
too
herself.
sold on that.
I'm so happy that she had a good time.
Just because Bennett and Xiangling are
So,
both just
back to the missing component.
really strong units in
Can you bring
general.
it? You bet! Kaya said that the missing component was this orange climbing rope. It just occurred to me that you probably ran into the three brothers while you were in the canyon. If I remember correctly, the two eldest brothers were taking their sickly younger brother on adventures when they ran into a sandstorm and ended up here. They were all arguing with one another when they first arrived, but it wasn't long before they broke down and were huddled together in tears. They sure must have a lot of energy to keep up their bickering and adventuring every day. I'm a little worried about them, yet quite envious of all that energy. You almost sound as if you're reminiscing about old friends, Idia. Yes, I've known them for quite some time after all, but I seldom go to that area. You can hold on to the rope for now, Traveler. I have no use for it until we have the other components. By the way, Eula and Kale have also returned, but I'm afraid they weren't able to make much headway. They mentioned that they would like to head to the jungle north of here, once you have all rested up. Now that I've told you everything, I'll go rest. I'll go and check on the situation in the remaining two areas. Do you need me to accompany you? No, it's all right. You've already accomplished a lot today. You
Oh, there's a
should
pressure
rest up.
chest back there. Okay, so that completed the first part of the quest. Wait until 8:12. Hydra 801s want to play hide and seek. Okay, so it's going to be stuff like that. Kind of like prop hunt. Oh, it's the barrel.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Hey, wait until 8 the following morning. I just go here.
Time to go.
Hey, Eula and Kali.
Hey, Kali and Eula! Oh, Adia is here too! Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon! How are you? Did you rest well? Yep, this is a comfortable place to rest. I guess that's one thing here that's better than the desert. But other than that, there's not much going for this place. Saying things like that isn't going to help, Adia. But it's the truth. The desert is full of terrible memories for me. Being there was like... yeah, like wading through thick mud. That's a weird way to put it. Actually, if you hadn't mentioned it, Paimon would have already forgotten that this domain is in the desert. I know what you mean. The air here isn't at all like the desert. It's very humid. Almost as if we're in the rainforest. It's a very familiar feeling for me.
Everyone looks well rested. If you're ready, we can start making our way to the jungle north of here.
Good luck, everyone! I'll be rooting for ya!
Hold on. I said we, didn't I? No need to say goodbye, because you're coming too.
Huh? But wait, I'm just the mascot! You can't back out this time, Adia. The manager of the fairgrounds is waiting to see you. She said Adia is the only person who could help.
Yes, Kale and I discovered a fairgrounds in the forest.
The person in charge of it seems to be a Spontamod scholar. A scholar? But what's she doing there? Researching the forest ley lines? Oh, I wish there were ley lines here that I could ever study. Anyway, I know who you're talking about. I'd better come along then.
Hey. North Forest.
Follow the wind.
Looks like it's just going to be on the ground. I think this is a barrel one, right? Or a target practice one, either way. Yeah, I do have a 5-star bow on Amber, even though I don't have her built at the moment, just because that's the only 5-star weapon that I've gotten so far. And last one's here.
I'll race you there. Bet you can't keep up with me.
It's an attack percent bow, so it's not too useful on Amber, but I mean it'd be good if I built her as like a main DPS.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
It's pretty much like best in slot for Ganyu though, if she's ever available again. Keep heading north. Okay. Should actually be able to run around with this team pretty easily in this area. Once you've picked up the Looming Lamp's brilliant mirror, you can grant color to the lamp's light. When the correct color of light shines upon the lamp gem, certain treasures or devices. I see.
Mission accomplished. Can I go back and sleep now? I'll protect us.
Clouds high. The birds call. A fateful offering.
Yeah, I mostly use this team for running around, and then if there's any archery challenge things, then I can swap to Amber with it as well. Oh, it just directly changes it. See.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
There's bubbles coming out of this, but I guess it's a suspicious one.
Finally, someone has arrived.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mimuna. We've brought Adia with us.
Thank you, Kale. It's been quite some time since I've seen you, Idia. To be honest, I didn't think you'd actually show up. If anything, I thought you'd be curled up somewhere crying alone. Hey, you shouldn't be saying things like that.
Doesn't seem to be the first time Paimon's heard someone say that about Adia, though. You want to see me cry? Fine. I'll stop crying right here. No, please don't.
All right, I shouldn't have said that. Now, who are these two?
And Paimon is Paimon. They're reliable helpers. Lucky for you that I found them. You'd better be more careful about how you speak to them, okay?
Of course. Good to meet you. You may call me Maymuna. For the sake of time, we should forego the usual pleasantries. Please follow me.
This is an interesting area.
Amazing, isn't it? I helped make it. What fun would a fairground be without a tent, right? Really? Paimon knew you couldn't be so pathetic. You just act modest all the time to hide your actual abilities. Huh?
What is it, Kale?
Sorry. I'm not sure if I should tell you. I'm afraid it might dampen the mood.
That's not important. Please, just speak your mind.
Well, there are lots of vendor booths set up here, but there's no one running them. In fact, there's no one at this fair at all. It looks pretty deserted.
The truth is, this used to be an exciting and bustling place. But just a few days ago, something happened, and it seemed like...
Like, the world was suddenly flipped upside down?
Yes, exactly. Something fell from the central hub into the tent and knocked down the crystal light that was hanging at the top.
Oh, the crystal light.
Mm-hmm. I remember a certain someone said that we should have beautiful lights to celebrate at a fair, and made us that crystal light. But once the light fell, the tent became a complete mess and the Hydro-Eidolons were trapped inside. Just when I was at my wit's end, a man from the Lawrence clan came and offered his assistance.
Wait, he offered to help you?
Yes, and he refused to listen to any of my warnings. He just walked straight into the tent, and then...
Yes? And then?
Yeah, don't leave us hanging here! What happened?
And that's it. He became trapped inside along with the Hydro-Eidolons.
Oh no, we have to do something! We can't just leave him there, Maimuna!
I know, but the situation inside might be more difficult than you think. You should mentally prepare yourselves.
Just talking about it is a waste of time. Since we're already here, let's go and scout out the situation ourselves.
All right, this way, please.
Okay. I think I saw this event on the live stream
There used to be
before
a
it came
large
out,
stage inside, but after
or at least a
everything got
little bit of
shaken
it.
up, it seems the very nature of the
I still
entire
haven't watched the
place was
entirety of
altered.
the Fontaine
The
live
leaves and
stream.
crystal light that were hanging above have all fallen down, which makes repairs near impossible.
Wait, so you mean it's difficult to move around in there?
Yes, mainly because of the lights. Do any of you have experience being on stage? Once the stage lights turn on, everyone's attention is focused on you.
I can't stand that feeling. Having everyone's attention focused solely on me would just make me feel terrible. Me too! I'm no good at speaking in front of people. And then to have everyone staring at you? Oh, just the thought of it makes me shudder.
Sounds like you have some things you haven't been able to let go of yet.
Please don't laugh. I'm trying my best to change that, but there are still some things I can't overcome. Like when there's a lot of people around, or when people are staring at me.
No, there's nothing funny about that. And you know what? It's not a bad thing to care when other people are looking. That's my opinion anyway. Think about it. Only people who have high standards for themselves would worry about failing to meet others' expectations. You have many good qualities, Kale. I bet if you had to learn dance since childhood like myself, then you'd be an even better dancer than me.
No way! That would be impossible. I can relate. I know exactly how she feels.
Maybe we should find a time for you to learn with me. And one day, you will become an outstanding dancer too. By that time, you'll be so focused on performing your beautiful moves that you'll no longer worry about an audience watching you.
Wow. You are so passionate about this that she's practically glowing now. Really? You do that? You wouldn't think I look stupid and secretly laugh at me, would you?
You really think I'm that kind of person? Fine. Vengeance will be mine.
Oh, no! Of course not. Alright, please teach me.
Seems there's no need for me to warn you again. Anyway, you just need to open the curtain and you'll be able to see the stage.
Because of this will have something to do with all the projectors as well. Oh, it's like that this time.
Wait, what's that thing in the middle there? That's my crystal light. It's been locked up.
Well, let's figure out a way to fix this. Looks like we need to raise the platform underneath the crystal light.
If I remember correctly, the stage controls should be somewhere around here.
Is that the stringless? Interesting. And it's Song of Broken Pines, of course. And we would need to install a mirror, I think. Oh wait, maybe I can just move it to the side. For now. Okay, yeah, that works.
It seems we have to use the colorful lens to make the light change colors.
Oh, it's just right over here. Your Eula actually should be pretty good with this. Since you get to trigger the superconductor free against electro slimes.
Beg for mercy.
That's one way of shining new light on the problem.
Hey, Maymuna? Do you happen to know someone named Sino?
No, never heard that name before. Why do you ask?
Oh, never mind then. Paimon was just thinking you two would have a lot in common.
Back to the situation at hand. We should probably head into the passageway that opened now.
Hello? Is anyone here? If you can hear me, please help!
Lessig Lawrence?
Who are you? Who has the audacity to utter my full name?
You sure don't look like you're in any condition to be talking like that.
Yep. He's a member of the Lawrence clan, all right. Even though he's hanging on by a thread, he still insists on clinging to meaningless etiquette.
You. What are you doing here? Huh. Have you come here to mock me, Eula?
Yes,
If you would just think for a
Eula
moment,
traveled all the
it
way
should
through
be
the
pretty
desert just to
obvious
mock you.
why we are here. Yet, now you're intentionally trying to provoke me? Of course, you don't have to accept my help. After all, aristocrats are naturally superior and need no help from others.
Yes, thanks for the reminder. I don't need help from the likes of you.
I don't think he really means it, Eula. His tone was
Oh, if you
harsh,
missed the end of the
but
Spiral
it's
Abyss
not
thing,
from the corner of his eyes.
Yanfei got like one shot by the electric ball turtle, so I ended up just getting the 2 stars from it.
Okay. He's been trapped for so long that it seems he's forgotten how to hold a decent conversation. How ridiculous. Let's go. We'll leave the stage to this person who'd rather save face than save his own life.
Hey, no, wait! Halt! You cannot just leave me here. We're both of the Lawrence bloodline after all. Helping me when necessary certainly won't tarnish your prestige. If anything, my embarrassing predicament will be overshadowed by your virtuous deed. We must uphold the prestige and dignity of the family.
This is the best reason you could come up with? You think tacking on the word family will be enough to talk me into helping you? You should be ashamed for your careless actions. It's because of you that we all had to come here.
Seems everyone in the Lawrence clan is this way. They'll do anything to save face. All right. Looks like it's time for the mascot to step in. Here you go. One for Eula, and one for Lessig.
What is this? Candy?
Thanks.
Oh, the smell. It's just like the aroma I smelled coming from the lens. Yes, that's right. Enjoying something sweet always lightens the mood.
Oh, thank you, Miss Mascot. I certainly do feel much better now.
So he's willing to thank someone else, but not me.
Eula has been worrying about you the past few days and asked me several times regarding how to find you. But now that you two have been reunited, I won't have to keep answering her questions anymore. Oh, I'm so happy.
Let me clarify one thing. I don't care what happens to him. If you're going to keep saying nonsense like this, then...
Eula will never admit that she actually cares about him. Yeah, you're probably right.
If you're going to keep saying nonsense like this, then at least give me another piece of candy.
Oh,
Thought Eula would want to have revenge.
I still have more.
Sorry. I admit my mistake. I know I've caused heaps of trouble for all of you.
Why couldn't you have just said that earlier?
I'm back. Oh, have you already finished catching up? Why are you all looking at me?
Oh, nothing. Don't mind us.
All right, then let's clean things up here and keep working our way toward getting the crystal light fixed. There's no need to push yourself in your condition, Lessig.
I'll take him and find some place for him to rest. I happen to be a little tired myself.
All right. I'll leave my cousin to you then. You'd better rest up and regain your strength before we settle things, Lessig.
But yeah, like my Yanfei's relics are pretty much the only thing, or artifacts are pretty much the only thing that the second team has going for it, because once you get to like the other characters' artifacts, they're a bit rough. Bennett's kind of okay, but like Rosaria and Zhongling also both have blue artifacts. Oh, I can maybe see it after I get to a point where I can leave this area. Inside the big top is like a domain thing, so it doesn't let me access too much stuff, but after I do this, I can take a look at Keqing.
Now, let's see if there's any way to keep raising the platform higher. We probably will need to find a mechanism that's like a lamp.
Strange. Is that really the Lessig that I know?
You shouldn't always judge people based on the way you knew them before. People change, and people can...
The colored pieces of the bolt have melted.
Yes, the lens is made of materials that are easily melted by light.
Is it me, or do I smell something sweet here?
Oh, I see. So if you stand in the way of the light, then you can't install the
Oh, look! There's a
mirror.
water droplet over there!
A hydroidolin! It must have been trapped in the curtain, but at least it seems to be okay.
There's one of those to do too. Oh, they're like pipes. Mario. And that takes you there. Oh, wait. Yeah, it should be everything.
Wow. And Paimon thought it looked big from the outside. This place is massive!
It is a magical tent, after all. The inside is much larger than it appears from the outside. Haven't you heard stories with this sort
I
of
used to
thing
use
before?
Collate on my keychain team before I had Dendro Traveler fully built, but then I swapped over to them because I think their Dendro is like a bit
The path
worse, but
disappeared. This should be the last level.
with Sacrificial Sword it
Yes,
might be
don't worry.
better
We're
now because
almost
you
to
could
the
do
top
2
of the
bursts.
tent. The last thing we need to do is raise the crystal light to the very top of the tent. After the stage collapsed, I realized that having it raised only halfway makes it look a lot like the stage at the Grand Bazaar. Have any of you visited the Grand Bazaar before?
Oh, that
No,
one's
I
missing its
haven't.
head.
I have. I've gone there a few times with Master Tainari. The place is bustling with all kinds of vendors. And if you're lucky, you can see Nulu perform her dance.
Oh, a dance from Sumeru? I'd like to see that myself. If only it were on the way back, then we could stop there.
It doesn't matter if it's on the way or not. I would be happy to take you whenever you have time, Eula.
Great. I'll take you up on that offer.
Yeah! Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've already been there more times than Paimon can remember.
Really? My father used to help with festivities at the Grand Bazaar and would always give me candy during the events. I was
Oh yeah,
just a
from
kid and
the
didn't understand anything. I was happy as long as he gave me some candy.
Groundhog Day
To
thing.
me, fairs and festivals
That was
were
in
the
the Grand
best
Bazaar.
things ever. I always thought my father was amazing and wanted to be just like him when I grew up.
But aren't you a scholar in the academia, Mimuna? As far as I know, scholars seldom could spend time doing anything but research. I doubt you could have time to assist your father in preparing festivities.
Yeah, seems you read me like a book. When I had the choice between becoming who I wanted to be and who my parents wanted me to be, I ended up choosing the latter. But I was never happy about it.
Huh. That's almost the exact opposite of Eula's situation.
You must have already realized that. Why else would you set up all the booths here and make this place like a fairgrounds?
Yes, but I'm still not as happy as I imagined I would be. I realized that attending a fair and running a fair are two completely different things. The main reason my childhood was so fun and carefree is because my family worked hard. But my father knew how difficult and tiring running a fair could be, so he wanted to push me towards academics. But in the end, I didn't do well in either. I gave up on myself and resorted to investigating ley lines in the desert. Some things happened, and then I accidentally ended up here. I finally had a chance to make my wish of running a fair come true. But after seeing everything come crashing down, I feel like I've lost the strength to go on.
It's not as bad as you make it out to be, Mimuna. No need to feel so down. You have the courage to change, and you've been actively guiding us on this journey. Someone who's given up on themselves could never do these things. Oh, Kale.
I understand my situation better than anyone. You don't need to try to comfort me.
It's not that I'm trying to comfort you. It's just that people sometimes don't realize that their actions speak louder than words. Believe me, this is something that I learned from my time together with Eula.
Oh, what are you trying to say?
Oh, nothing. Now, let's get that crystal light fixed.
All right.
This is in reference to saving the cousin. see. That one's here. Might need to just rotate this. Yeah, I think you need to rotate it back for a second. It's kind of like Donkey Kong.
Good. That should do it.
Okay, and I installed the lamp already. Oh, interesting, there's water up there. There seems to be a lot of stuff with water, with all of the idle ones around as well. And then they describe the area inside of the bottle as humid. I guess that's a way to transition into Fontaine from Samara.
Hey, it's Ida! We're back! Oh, I was starting to wonder what was taking you so long. But don't worry, Lessig is recovering well. I'm pretty good at taking care of people. Seems I've found another good thing about myself. I don't know if I should be worried for him or happy for her.
The shadow. It's massive. Wait. The shadow just now. It's.
It'd probably be easier just for the
Seems I
UID.
might need a little more time to recover. Tell me, did everything go well for you all?
Of course. With a team like the Traveler, Paimon, Kale, and Eula, they're at least 40 times more reliable than you ever were.
Only 40 times more reliable? That means I'm still pretty good then.
I guess it's impossible to feel like you've lost once you've already given up. I'm a little concerned about how comfortable you are with that.
Huh? What has happened? How did I get outside of the tent? Ah, that's right. I remember meeting Eula, and then... my head.
Oh, you're awake now. Don't worry, that's just a side effect of your treatment, Lessig.
I'm afraid I still feel a little disoriented.
Lessig Lawrence.
Oh, it's you, Eula. All right, I'll do it. I'll come back to Mondstadt with you and abandon my wild efforts to restore the Lawrence clan.
Interesting. Now you want to talk. Seems like you've had a change of heart. In that case, maybe you'll be able to explain everything in detail for us now.
I admit it, yes. I came here in hopes of finding a way to restore the Lawrence clan to its former glory. But it was a long journey, and I didn't always know the way. I passed through Liyue and
Kind of like
Samara.
Eula's story
There was
quest.
even a time when I lost my wallet and had to live in the wild. But the peculiar thing is, I realized that nobody knew me out there. And not a single person even cared about the Lawrence clan. You and I are like glass pawns that were raised in shackles. We were taught to act like nobles, but outside the walls of our home, the people of Mondstadt despised us. Such pompous, hateful, and stubborn teaching. It all culminated to making us cling to the old aristocratic dogma in an attempt to maintain our pride. It's like a never-ending game of tug-of-war, but it is meaningless. You understand. Or I should say, you have already long understood. But I'm afraid that I have only just realized this.
Paimon sorta understands what Lessig is saying.
Everything he said is true. Your family is probably unaware that you've already changed how you see things.
Yes, this has all happened recently. After coming to this domain, I realized the Mondstadt that I want is one where not everyone fears me. All that I and many other members of the Lawrence clan long for is a place where we can live peacefully with others.
Lessig, both you and I never had anything to do with the glory of the Lawrence clan. That is all in the past. We are just ordinary people.
I originally planned on returning to Mondstadt after taking care of things here. I never thought you would come here. I was completely shocked, which is why I reacted like I did. I'm sorry.
See, people can always make different choices, and it seems that Lessig has also chosen to become someone he truly wants to be.
Yes, about that. I'm afraid I haven't quite found my own purpose in life yet.
That's all right. Being able to clearly choose between becoming who you want to be and who your parents wanted you to be is already a step in the right direction. How to find true happiness is probably one of the most difficult research topics of all.
I have a suggestion for you, Lessig. Why don't you return to Mondstadt and tell your parents what you just told us?
They'll probably try to tear me limb from limb. But what about you?
Yeah, I mean, that's why
Have you told
everybody
your
in her family
about
hates
what you
Eula.
think?
This is something that I've been thinking about too. Perhaps the two of us can sit down with the rest of the clan and discuss it with them. The
Well,
Lawrence
I guess she
clan is
hasn't
just
told
like
them
this stage.
directly, but
It was once home to glorious performances, but those days are now long gone.
it's
It is
mentioned in her
time for the
character
stage
story
to
that
be
her family
updated.
hates her for joining the
She's so solid and tough, but
Mondstadt
clear
Guard,
head and like an ice cube. Is that why she's
Knights of
able to
Favonius.
vanish anytime and anywhere she wishes? Are you all done talking now?
Yes, I think so. By the way, that is for you. Please take it. I found it on Lessig earlier.
Oh, it's one of the missing components! Wait, so you had it all this time? Why didn't you give it to me earlier?
Well, you didn't ask. All right, I admit it. I forgot about it.
Okay, we'll let the Traveler hold on to it for now. Wait, this looks like... It looks pretty familiar. Have we seen one of these before? Ah, right! I also bought a similar box at the last festival.
Yes, people often use this kind of box for candy at festivals. This was one of the materials originally used to create the tent. But now that the tent has been repaired, we no longer need it. Eating the candy from the box as an adult will never be as delicious as it was when you were a kid. But if you really think about it, there are way more things you can eat as an adult.
Ah, so when it comes down to it, eating candy is sort of like life. It's just another choice.
Sure, Paimon.
So, as of now, we've already collected 3 of the missing components. Only 1 more to go. I'm sorry that repairing the tent took so much of everyone's time. You should all head back and have a rest. I'll lead the way.
Okay, yeah, so I should be able to see your catering now. You can just use my user ID and send a friend request if you want or whatever. Since I think that would probably be the easiest way to see it. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, I think I typed that. Oh, you're on EU. Let's see. Um, okay, then we can try the other thing if it's a. I can try this. I'm pulling it up on my laptop at the moment, so I can't see it on screen. And let me edit the scene so I can see it on stream now. And so 81 out of 90. Harbinger. Yeah, Maiden's off piece. Crit damage. Yeah, that is a pretty good amount of crit damage off of the relics as well, but obviously Harbinger able to give a lot of crit damage too. Attack percentage. Where's the crit rate? Oh, crit rate off piece. And then what team do you build, or do you play Keishing in? Is it like a Dendro Electro team, or is it physical Keishing? Well, I'm thinking physical from the Elemental Mastery, but in Electro damage bonus. Keishing Aggravate. Yeah, I've seen some people build physical with her just because you can trigger supercharge with or electrocharge with someone else um, on your team that does cryo. Yeah, no electro goblets attack percent. Yeah, I'm probably doing goblet off piece whenever I get Keaching built, unless I happen to get a good electro one from the Thundering Fury. And then yeah, you're running 4-piece Thundering Fury. I only have 2-piece Thundering Fury, 2-piece Thunder Soothers at the moment, just because I'm mostly using them for substats and stuff. But I still need to improve mine, just because mine's all 4-star stuff. The last time I farmed um, domains for Keqing, I was only able to get like one 5-star or artifact per run, so I didn't want to do it too much until I was able to get more, which I'm able to now. And then there's also Kazuha, level 90, R2, Iron Sting, 574 EM Goblet, or Sands, and then attack percent Goblet. So yeah, you said you have Kazuha for DPS too. So yeah, 36 crit rate, 121 crit damage. Yeah, we have pretty similar energy. You charge and then force 8 Iridescent. Is it there? What's Iridescent set bonus? Increases swirl damage by 60%, decreases elemental resistance to. Oh yeah, that's the Iridescent. So yeah, that's pretty good. I know that there's like another Anemo 4-piece set, if I remember correctly, and I wasn't sure if that one was better for DPS or not, but I think this one's probably best for DPS because that sounds pretty good with Kazuha. Um, yeah, C0 on both as well. So yeah, I lost my I'll hate them 50-50 to Keishing, which I was just trying to get any 5-star main DPS unit at the time, so I didn't really mind having Keishing. And then I lost my first Kokomi 50/50 to Peiching C1, so she's been like the only 5-star unit I've gotten that isn't a character event banner one. Outside of that, I got the almost bow on Amber. Let me change scenes back to the capture card. But do you have like visual and stuff for the Dendro team, or is it like a Dendro Traveler? Kind of like my team's build. Although I'm kind of more running
Hey, there's something strange
Hyper Bloom at this point over just directly aggravate and quicken. Because I think, like, if I were to build this for just directly aggravate, I would probably do like have Kirara as the Dendro unit instead of Traveler, just because they have some shielding, and then you can swap out Kokomi for Fischl. Because Fischl is like really good Electro support, and also helps keep everyone's abilities charged and stuff, which is pretty good for a caging.
there. Come on, let's take a look.
But I don't have Fischl on this account. On my other PlayStation account, which is my main PlayStation account, I'm currently playing on an alt account for PlayStation, which is my main Genshin account. But on my alt Genshin account, I have Fischl. And I also have Kujosara on that account, just from the Beginner Wish. Jin Kazuha, yeah, that's pretty good for Overworld. With a double Anemo. 2 more white lamps. I'm just gonna leave this alone for now. I'm just gonna continue the main quest. I'll open all of the chests later. But yeah, when I'm running around in the overworld and stuff, this is the main team I use because it has a lot of ways of decreasing the amount of stamina you use. Like you have Sayu for running around, you have Barbara to reduce stamina usage, Kazuha reduces stamina usage, and then Amber is just for any challenges that you have to like shoot targets for and stuff, which happens a bit in this game. Oh yeah, I can just run here. But I would maybe like swap out Amber and Kirara if it was just explicitly for running around. Since Kirara can basically do what Sayu does, but also climb walls.
You're already here.
Yeah, Gene healing does help with the
I trust your adventures to the forest.
keeping Harbinger active.
You could say that. How about you? Up to anything today? Well, I suppose it's time I told you that as the divine priestess of Watatsumi Island, I shouldn't actually be here now.
Yeah, Amber does have my only 5-star weapon, so it's pretty much the only team that I can have her have some use on with having a 5-star weapon. I mean, Amber does also technically decrease the stamina usage on gliding, so she does help with overworld exploration a little bit, but Kazuha plus the Anemo bonus and having the Let the Show Begin from Barbara active makes it where he basically uses 0 stamina when gliding anyway.
I wasn't lying when I said that. Coral has often told me that sitting at home reading light novels is not the best of practices, and that I should try to get out more. As I made my way from Watatsumi Island to Sumeru, I enjoyed a variety of breathtaking sights. It really is a beautiful nation. I even stayed in the rainforest for several days. I was surprised to find that the relic had ended up in the desert. I knew it was somewhere here, but I still couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Though I feel that Idia was not intentionally trying to
Yeah, I'm not sure on which characters I'm pulling for next. I'm kind of just, if there's a banner that has 4-star characters that looks interesting, then I will probably do that.
Now that you mention it, a lot did happen today. I see. When you found Lessig, did you also happen to find any clues related to this domain?
Oh, interesting. I haven't really seen anything from Candace in Genshin yet. Like, I've never seen any teams that have her on it as like one of the units that run it, but I think that she's pretty like okay. Well, yeah, vaping teams can use her. Um, is she like any good with Nilu and Bloom? I guess you would just kind of want Nilu as the main Hydro for that. Like Hydro Resonance doesn't really sound that good with Nilu. Now that I'm thinking about it, because Nilu's whole thing is just making the blooms explode.
I'm afraid that he was caught up in his thoughts and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Actually, before the world was flipped upside down, this domain didn't look anything like this. Hey everyone! Oh, I hope we're not interrupting your conversation. It's alright. You two did a lot today. Care to join me for a cup of tea? Sure! That would be perfect! Eula and I just made some snacks.
Turns out Idea has a cooking stove and oven. Seriously, why didn't she mention it earlier?
Oh! So did you make us some moon pies?
No, I made something called storm crust pie. You should try one, Traveler.
And I made some pita pockets. You could try some, Kokomi. It should taste great with tea. Sorry. I should call you General. Oh, I would be happy to try some. By the way, Eula, how's your cousin doing now?
Oh, him. You would never guess, but he's busy over by the oven now.
Okay, part 2's done. Oh, a cutscene. Kind of. Oh no, it's a thing. Okay, so these are like other quests to do. Secrets of a Paradise, I'm imagining. I'll probably finish part 3 and then go do those. Or you know what? I actually have to wait in the story, so I might as well do that by starting these. Oh, Eula and Lessig are over here.
As a descendant of the illustrious Lawrence clan, I learned many skills during my journey. For example, baking flatbread. Good. This should be just the right amount of heat.
I had no idea you knew how to bake. I thought you'd be the type who'd never get anywhere near the kitchen.
Ah, I've been meaning to ask you. Do you have time later? Could you teach me how to make those delectable snacks of yours?
Oh, but that might take some time. Besides, we're not here to get to know each other as family.
So again, you're worried about our ties within the Lawrence family. Fine. But you said yourself that we're just ordinary people. So why don't we learn from each other like regular cousins would?
Hey, I'm gonna read these, but I don't feel like reading them out loud. Random Toy Master. Oh, it's these types of toys. Oh, get sniped by the auto mod. Yeah, I can see the emote in the deleted message on my stream, or like for my version of chat. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a little bit sensitive on emotes. I could maybe try to address that later. Oh, okay, so this is gonna be like a whole thing actually. So yeah, I might just do those off stream at some point. I'll just continue doing the voice acted stuff for now. Which the next one is here. I always think that that's the clock, but it's not. So I didn't see what time it said, so I'm just gonna wait till here. Should be enough time.
This scenery is wonderful.
Oh, it's until 12.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a one.
Yeah, for my bio and Genshin, I just use Among Us for everything. That's what I've been putting.
Really? You do that? Oh, but that's too much. I can't. No, really, it's all right. We want to do everything we can for the domain.
Yes, and to be completely fair, I'm the one who caused this terrible mess in the first place.
Oh? What happened? Did Paimon miss something?
Hello, you two. Lessig was just telling us what happened.
Perhaps you should allow me to explain. I'm afraid it was I who caused all this trouble in the domain.
Yes, it was Lessig.
To be precise, I saw a most exquisite water orb at the entrance of the domain. It reminded me of an astrolabe my grandfather gave me when I was 7 years old. I was curious if it could rotate, so I reached out and touched it. Little did I know that it was the core of this entire domain. What I mean to say is, I knew something was wrong as soon as the whole place started flipping.
It's not just your fault. I failed in my responsibilities as the caretaker here. Oh, I knew I should have put the core somewhere more secure. Oh, you mean the big ball of water at the entrance?
I think I had mentioned that that was
Yes,
the core.
that's the one. Anyway, after giving it some thought, Lessig has offered to perform some more repairs and maintenance to help support the domain. But we were concerned he wouldn't be able to handle it all alone, so Eula and I will also stay here to lend him a hand.
But don't be mistaken. I'm not doing this out of the kindness of my heart like Kale. My job is purely to monitor and ensure that Lessig doesn't cause any more trouble here.
Oh, sure.
Oh, see ya.
I don't think anyone's buying that anymore, Eula. Though I
Yeah, I'll
do
just be
remember when Amber
trying
mentioned we
to
should just
finish all
rely
this
on
stuff up
community
before
for the
Fontaine.
purpose. Right. You better not slack off today, Lessig.
No, I'll get right to work.
Either way, Lessig is going to be in charge of making lunch for everyone today.
Yes, I'll do my best. No need to worry.
What was that?
No, I mean, thanks everyone for giving me a chance to redeem myself. I can already feel new strength kindled inside me. Ha ha ha. No, maybe that's just the heat of the oven.
Very good. But you should conserve your strength. Many parts of the domain are still in disrepair, so we have a lot to investigate. Seems Adia has a little more pep in her step after finding others to help do the work. Now that you three are situated, we can focus on what the rest of us will be doing today. I'll go gather the others. We should get ready to leave as soon as possible. And there she goes. At least she seems to be happy. Maybe this is how it feels to be in charge.
Head to the last area. I saw that there was this thing nearby too, but I guess I've already bought it for its chest if it had one. Pretty much just gonna be Kazuha fighting this thing.
Into the wind.
Go, go, Baron Buddy!
Some amber melt or vape in a way.
No escape!
Wind strike.
Get him!
Yeah, I don't want it to despawn.
The wind knows me.
Go, Barber, go!
Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
No one escapes my... Let's dance!
The wind knows me.
Go, go, Baron Buddy! I'll protect her. Ready, steady, go! Hey, get him!
Supposed to be Barbara taking that.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds come.
Let's dance.
Okay, just gotta make sure to dodge. And I should be fine. I think Kazuha can finish it from here, actually.
Wind strider.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, Ember didn't do too bad there, actually. 20 particles, 180 seconds. Go ahead and activate that. So I can reduce my stamina usage.
Into the wind.
No escape.
The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud.
Let the show be.
And one more being guarded by these Hilichurls.
Into the wind.
Hey, get him. I'll protect us. Ninjutsu.
One with nature.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Okay, last area just over here. Probably head to that waypoint first. Do I have the rest of the map even open yet? Oh yeah, I do. It never like cut away to expanding the map, I don't think. So I wasn't sure if I had it open.
The wind knows me.
Go, go, Baron! Let's dance. Let it rain.
Clouds high. The birds come. One with nature.
Let's reverse vaporize. Well, I think that was actually regular vaporize. Because Kazuha's swirl would cause vaporize.
Into the wind.
Let the show begin. Yeah.
One with nature. Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Okay, that'll pop the bubble.
I'll race you there.
Oh, it was behind there.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber. Right. Where are we going now? We're going to retrieve the last missing component. My working theory is that the director listed on the sign has it.
Ah, no details slips by our general.
What's a director? A director is a kind of job. The one we're looking for is named Zosimos. Zosimos is responsible for managing everything that happens on the stage, similar to how Idea is responsible for managing the whole realm. Wow! Sounds like Miss Idea must be way busier! You'd think so, wouldn't you? Care to comment on that at all, Idea? Maybe someone else can explain. I'm just enjoying taking it easy, as usual.
Clouds high, the birds call! Into the wind!
Get him!
I tried to bring it to the Baron bunny.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Okay, so that's there.
Time
Guess
to
it's
go.
not doing anything at the moment.
A fateful offering. Time to go.
Getting some more vouchers from doing these. And also a lot of pre-bed gems.
The wind
That helps too.
Let the show begin.
as one with wind and cloud.
Oh wait, are those getting pushed back by
Into
the
the wind.
show again?
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
I think it hurts.
I'll protect us. Ouchie!
Yeah, just didn't think that one.
Gotta dash. Yeah. Huh? Let it rain.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call.
Get him. Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Yeah, the almost bow is pretty good for spamming circle since it scales attack percent. Voucher just in the air. Okay, so I'm almost at 90. I'm gonna be trying to go for all 270
Into the wind.
vouchers before tomorrow is over. I probably won't be streaming me picking up all of the chests and stuff.
The director doesn't get out much. He's almost always cooped up in his treehouse making props or writing scripts.
I didn't realize the story quest was here.
But I'm trying to remember now. Where is that treehouse of his? Huh? You don't remember? Hey, don't forget! I'm just the mascot. I believe it's that way. Though he might prefer to be alone, given he often has to move stage props, I suspect that he lives near the theater. And having a view of the entire stage would be useful when imagining a production's actual stage flow. So if I were him, I'd probably pick a treehouse over there. But how do you know which direction the theater is in? Simple. The overall layout and decorations look more exciting in that direction. Oh, good point! Why didn't I think of that?
I want to grab this. Oh, that gave 4.
Follow the wind.
That's pretty good. Time for more of the rail stuff. Those are going to want to play hide and seek or whatever. So do those later.
Where did that blasted automation mechanism go? The male actor standees are here, but where are the female ones? Who's that? Idea?
Yes, Sosimos! 'Tis I, Idea! How's that for a dramatic entrance?
This is a surprise. I was sure you'd be...
Curled up in a fetal position, crying to yourself?
Wow, what a fascinating little creature. Did you just read my mind?
The name's Paimon? And no, Paimon's no mind reader. Just call it an educated guess.
It seems everyone shares a similar opinion about you, Idea.
I knew from the start that a managerial role wasn't for me. But I found my true calling now. As a mascot!
Mascot? Is that a new role? I don't remember casting you for that.
Okay, enough about me. I'm just here to introduce you to some new friends of mine. And that's why we came to see you. Well, do you have the component that fell out of the central hub?
I do. However, I'm afraid the incident has caused
He's got
many
the
malfunctions
Fontaine
with the
outfit on
stage mechanisms,
as well.
and I can no longer put on any performances.
Okay, so you're holding the component ransom till we help you fix the mechanisms, huh? No, till we fix the stage, surely. I'd have thought he wants us to make some more props, no? Given that some of the standees are missing. Or maybe the component is broken and we need to fix it.
You're all forgetting that the majority of his work involves writing scripts. I'll wager that he wants us to edit them.
What has gotten into you all? What sort of person do you take me for, hmm? The component is safe and sound. I can give it to you now if you'd like. Although I was hoping that maybe you might be willing to help rescue my show? You're a big group. I have lots of roles to fill. It would really speed up the casting.
A show? That sounds fun! I want to help! Can we?
Also, truth be told, I've hit a bit of a roadblock in my script and was just thinking about how to move the story forward. And then you all showed up. Suddenly, I got my muse back. I don't know how to explain it, but something about seeing all of you finally helped me figure out how to continue my script.
Huh? You mean that story you've been stuck on forever? Are you serious? You really think you can finish it now?
Yes, really. Just give me a little time, and I'll write it all up. In the meantime, I'll leave things to you, Edea.
Whoa! And he's off to write the script! Zosimos has always wanted to write an epic story about a thief and a mage. Apparently, he got the idea from some rumors that were swirling around, but he only got as far as writing the intro before writer's block set in. Why don't you all take some time for yourselves while I see what I can do? We'll reconvene after the director finishes his script.
A director, my friends, is a storyteller. And the key ingredient to every good story is inspiration. The moment I laid eyes on General Sangonomiya, inspiration hit me for a brand new character. The heroine was the missing piece of the puzzle. The rest of the story flowed naturally from there, and now it's finished. So please, take a look through your scripts, and we will tell this story together. Well, is everything clear?
Director Zosimos, how do you pronounce this word?
Let me see. That's sojourn. It means to stay for a while. This is a very cute moment, so let's make sure that comes through in the performance.
Oh, wait! There's another word I don't know here.
It's okay, Klee. We can go through your lines together a few more times after this meeting's over.
That would be most appreciated, Kaya. I had a feeling about you, actually. You seem to know a thing or two about character acting. Tell me, have you acted before?
You're too kind. It's all in the script, really. It just rolls off the tongue.
Oh, you think so? Well, you definitely have a knack for it. I've actually been looking out for
Are you
someone
getting
with your
recruited?
talent. If I make it as a big-time director, then I can see us working together for the long term. Be sure to stay in touch, okay? You and I are gonna go places.
What can I say? Sounds good to me.
Great. Fantastic. Now then, please go through your scripts one more time. But don't just read the words. Remember my notes. And really let the character inhabit you. I need to have a look at the stage, so I'll leave you to it. If you need me for anything, I'll be in the big theater right in the center of this area.
Wonder what the theaters are like here. Let's go check it out while everyone's still getting ready.
Oh, no one else is in here?
Let the show begin.
Just trying to heal everyone while walking around.
Bring
brings a smile to my face.
It's not in the trees. I guess it's not nearby. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Thrilling Tales on Barbara, so I probably should try to play around it more with this team. I'm gonna swap back to the main team though. There we go. Open the chest.
A fateful offering.
Try to do the charge version of this before I walked off. God, what kind of slipped off? That always has a weird interaction. I would think they would bounce off with the glider, but you don't.
Brings a smile to my face.
Glowing choice bar. It's a gadget. That'll be useful later. Guessing, yeah, it's another limited time gadget. And enough for a wish, so might as well do one while I'm here. Okay, Yanfei, C4. Nope. Another debate club. What's my video looking like for 4-star characters? That's not that good. Today's the 14th, right? Yeah, so that means that I've... Wait, I got a debate club earlier, or was that actually updated for once? routine 0204 or 0245 is not close to the actual time, so I just got 2 debate clubs in a row is all, which isn't
Time to go.
entirely unexpected or uncommon or anything.
Cheer.
Oh wait, I'm going for this one?
Brings a smile to my face.
I tracked the one that I thought I was tracking. I didn't know that it was not the one that I was looking for the first time.
The wind knows me.
I think I'm supposed to be here just yet, actually. Right here.
Where did it go? I put it right here.
Hey, Zosimos! What you up to?
Oh, it's you two. Please, come here. Feast your eyes on this stage. I designed it myself.
So, directors have to design the stage too?
Oh, I'm no ordinary director. I take a more holistic approach. Directing, script writing, stage design, I do it all.
Sounds like a lot of work. Adia wouldn't be able to handle that kind of job.
Edea has her work cut out for her too, you know. She's my one and only member of the audience, though she often criticizes my shows. Well, she just says what she thinks. You don't know how to write, or this is getting ridiculous. I think it's because I use preprints in a way that she feels goes against what they're intended for. But even though she's my harshest critic, she's also been my biggest supporter in a lot of ways. I guess you could say she's like my agent. I'm very grateful to her. I've always dreamed of being a director, but I've never had the chance until I came here.
So, what did you do before you came here?
Like I said, I dreamed. From a young age, every time I came home after a show, I'd go over the story again and again in my mind. Growing up, my biggest aspiration was to be a director. Unfortunately, I couldn't offer much beyond my practical skills, so I ended up spending most of my time as a prop designer and doing a bit of set design on the side. Don't get me wrong, I do love building the set, but nothing satisfies me more than putting on my very own show.
No wonder you only wrote director on the sign.
Exactly. You're not doing a great job of convincing me that you're not a mind reader. By the way, could I ask you for your help with something? I'm having trouble finding the master script, and I'll need it shortly.
The one you only just finished writing? You lost it already?
Yeah. After I handed everyone their copies, I held on to my master copy while I was checking on everything around the theater. I must have dropped it somewhere. If it's not here, then it might be in the attic. These are the only two places I've been since I finished writing it. But, I still have some things to do to get the stage ready. Would you two mind having a look for me?
No problem. We'll find it.
Hey, I
Time to
guess... Oh, I think that was the area that I was at before. I guess I decided to walk next to those water droplets for whatever reason. Oh, it wants to get in range of this. Makes sense. I remembered it this time.
Whoa! Look at all these books! Now, where's the master script? Oh, it sounds like a water droplet is on the second floor. Let's go have a look.
Oh, it's just over here.
Wow, this is a lot of scripts. Looks like the water droplet has been managing them for the director. Most of them look like works in progress. Then it should be the one that's finished. Okay, let's look for the thickest one and then check the ending. This is the only script that fits the bill. Plus, it looks pretty new. This must be the master script. Let's go give it to Director Zosimos. Zosimos, we got your script.
Ah, thank you. That's a huge help. I'm running out of time here. There's no way I'll be able to fix everything up perfectly. We may just have to wing it. Anyway, the stage is secondary. The performance is what really matters. Things can always go wrong on stage, but as long as the show goes on, it should be fine.
You don't sound very confident in what you're saying.
It's true. I realize now that a show is the art of the unknown. Even if you have the same actors performing on the same stage, the performance will be slightly different every time. Those subtle differences are what make each performance special. Okay. One last request. Traveler, you can enter the preprints, yes? The truth is that my sets are composed entirely of preprints. First, I use materials to make the objects. Then I take those objects and turn them into the preprint. Now, of course, preprints are really meant for making objects to furnish the domain. So using objects to create preprints is, strictly speaking, the reverse of what this is intended for. But Edea said that if this is what I really want to do, she's not going to stand in my way.
So that's what you meant earlier. Okay, well, what do you need us to do?
I'd like the Traveler to go into the preprint set and help move props around during the performance. The reason is,
Oh, Paimon gets it now. if you're busy directing, moving the props, and operating all the mechanisms, you never get the chance to watch the show.
Yes, I know that I'm no master playwright, but still. Even if it really is a half-baked script, with shoddy writing and moments of sheer ridiculousness, I'd still like to see it for myself. Just once.
Hard to turn a guy down after a speech like that.
Thank you. Genuinely, I'm so grateful. I'll go and inform the others. Then, as soon as you're ready, the show can begin.
I've heard that this part is actually pretty bad and kind of long, so might as well get ready.
Long, long ago, there was a great thief. He lived in a land where the light did not shine, where all suffered in the darkness.
People call me?
Sorry, Kaya. Directly into the microphone, please. Otherwise your voice'll, you know.
Okay. They call me the Dagger Bandit, but no one sees that I rob the rich and give to the poor. Here in the dark, evildoers run rampant in the shadows, while the good, honest folk stumble blindly on, just trying to find a way through.
As the bandit brooded, suddenly the world was inexplicably changed as a single star appeared on the horizon and flew across the sky. Traveler, stomp on that movement mechanism in front of you.
Light. A brief flash, yet enough to illuminate the world. If I can find the source of that light, I can shine it into the darkness, and the people will suffer in blindness no longer.
Without a moment to spare, he set off to follow the star's course. All the while, the star kept moving through the sky. Traveler, the star kept moving through the sky.
There it goes.
Looks like I have to go through the desert. This could get dangerous.
If everything he'd heard was to be believed, the desert ahead was a no-man's land filled with horrors. Worse still, the star had landed in the most difficult-to-reach location, surrounded by sheer cliffs, but he was determined to press onward.
I've come this far, and I'm not about to turn back now.
The Dagger Bandit trekked deep into the desert wasteland. Yet when he finally arrived at his destination, he found not a fallen star, but a young girl, dressed in white.
How strange. I'm positive this is where the star landed. Young lady, do you know where the light has gone?
The girl replied,
Traveler from afar, the light you seek is only a bottled flame. But the flame has now died, and its light is long gone.
A bottled flame?
Yes, it was a gift from another.
and so the girl began to tell the story of how the bottle came into her possession. The girl hailed from a kingdom that sat atop the waterfalls. But when the reigning dynasty fell and a new one seized power, she and her people fled for their lives. A thick fog began to fill the air as she made her way through the forest, and dense thickets tried to block her path. There is a mechanism down there that you can press to retract the thicket board below the stage.
I almost climbed it. For a second.
If I only had a lamp to guide me through this wretched forest, then I could survive.
What about food and water?
With scratches covering her arms and legs, the girl pressed through the pain and made her way forward. The road ahead was arduous, but she was determined to press onward.
I've come this far, and I'm not about to turn back now.
But just as she was drawing near her destination, a huge stretch of thorns and brambles suddenly came into view. Despair set in and began to weigh on her heart.
If only someone could help me, I would give anything in return.
The girl's heartfelt wish in her moment of desperation did not go unheard.
Wait! There's no mechanism for the final thicket!
Ugh, I must have forgotten to check those boards.
According to the story, those thickets should be gone from the stage now, right?
Yes, total oversight on my part. What a pain.
I can help! Traveler, catch! It's a Jumpy Dumpty!
The girl's heartfelt wish did not go unheard, for a Jumpy Dumpty, who was passing by, helped to clear a path for her.
Oh, thank you, Jumpy Dumpty.
Yeah, that could have been a bit dangerous.
So the girl continued her journey deeper into the forest. But what she found there was not a lamp, but a mage glowing with fire. So, just to clarify, it was supposed to be the mage who helped burn a path through the thicket.
Save it for the end, man!
The mage took pity on the girl and handed her a bottle. Then, the mage began to tell the story of how the bottle came into her possession. The fiery mage had an adventurous spirit and enjoyed taking long journeys. On one such journey, while taking rest in an oasis, she found a beautiful bottle by a crescent-shaped lake.
Klee, quick! Get in the light!
Coming!
She was an extraordinary mage, with the power to grant people their wishes. She turned the bottle into a thing of equally extraordinary power. But the only place that it could make wishes come true was inside of the bottle.
Oh me! Oh my! Look at this wonderful bottle of mine! It could make a fine toy! But better still, a sojourner's home!
The fiery mage blew into the bottle, allowing it to grant one single wish outside its glass walls.
Oh, am I supposed to blow into it? Wow, it lit up!
A flame was kindled within the bottle, and it began to glow a fiery red, just like the mage herself. After the mage finished telling her story, she disappeared.
I somehow got the glider to
leaving
go,
only the
I think.
bottle behind.
A magic bottle that can grant wishes. And I wish to leave this place and go somewhere where no one will ever find me again.
And then, the bottle seemed to softly inquire.
I don't know.
The flame in the bottle faded as the girl's single wish was granted, and she found herself in the middle of the desert, far away, where no one could ever find her.
That is bright.
When the
Oh, yeah, there we
Dagger
go. I had
Bandit
the glider
listened
again.
to her story, he sighed in disappointment that the flame with the power to grant wishes outside of the bottle had already died.
But this doesn't make sense. If it truly granted my wish, then nobody should have been able to find me here.
Maybe they shouldn't. The desert is difficult and dangerous to navigate, but I was determined to make it, no matter what.
Then take this bottle with you for your trouble. It may be able to grant you your wish, though sadly, only within the confines of the bottle itself.
All I wish for is light.
Honoring the bandit's request, the girl wished for light inside the bottle, and sure enough, it lit up. They found that while the light was only generated within, it could nonetheless shine through the glass and reach anywhere in the outside world.
Even though it doesn't burn as brilliantly as the light that shone before, this is still an extraordinary light. What will you do after I take the bottle?
I don't know.
Well, then maybe you should come back with me.
With no reason to refuse, the girl accompanied the Dagger Bandit back to the land where the light did not shine. They brought light to that place, and the darkness was dispersed, and they lived happily ever after.
And we're done! Seems the show went pretty well. Miss Honorary Knight! Didn't I do great? I felt like I really was the fiery mage! Wow, great costume, Glee! As soon as Paimon saw your shadow, she thought straight away, what a cute hat! Glee loves it! Thanks, Mr. Zosimos! Oh, wait, no, I mean, Mr. Director.
Mr. Director? Ha! No one's ever called me that before. Thank you, my dear little mage. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy.
Miss Dia said that she tailored it a little bit so it would fit me, but you were the one who designed and made it. You're amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. And it sounds like Adia did a great job too. It was nothing really. Just one of those, oh no, whatever shall I wear to the ball moments. Sewing comes in handy at times like that. Sewing is an art in its own right. You're more talented than you give yourself credit for, Idia. Really? Oh, I'm just gonna go for a second. Please, chat amongst yourselves. She gets embarrassed so easily. She really can't handle being in the spotlight.
Idia's a sensitive person and doesn't have a whole lot of self-confidence. I hope all the excitement hasn't brought her to tears. Oh, I'm a little worried.
Don't worry. I'll go make sure she's okay. I'll see you all later.
So, what did you all think of the play? Any thoughts?
Huh? Uh-oh. Time to get serious. Now, are you sure you want to hear what we really think?
Oh, absolutely. I had the courage to ask, didn't I? So, don't mince your words. Go ahead. Speak your mind. I can take it.
Okay, Paimon will go first. So, the dialogue at the beginning was pretty good, but it ran out of steam as the story went on. Paimon could tell that you ran out of inspiration somewhere along the way.
There's a water idol in the background.
The characters were honestly a little bit ridiculous. Paimon didn't get what you were trying to do. The moment anyone started to show any kind of substance, suddenly the scene was over. Yes, all very good points, Paimon. I would add that in its attempt to pay tribute to the series 1,000 Nights, all semblance of a coherent was sacrificed. Plus, I do have to penalize you for the issues with the props. Miss Adia, what are you doing back here? Oh, you know, I return like the tide when people start discussing something important.
Huh. Especially when it has to do with criticizing my show.
Mm-hmm. But there was one thing I liked about it. Just one, mind you. The story had a good ending. You think so? I thought I was letting him off lightly.
Itia, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh, sure. Excuse me for a moment. Back to you, Paimon. Keep up the good criticism.
Much more criticism is
I
there?
did have one other complaint.
Oh,
Let's hear it. Taking criticism on the chin is all part of being a director.
The ending was all wrong. The girl's motives were clear and simple the whole way through. It was kinda jarring when all she had to say was, I don't know. And doesn't anyone else find it weird how her whole community was on the run, but she was only looking out for herself the whole time?
I'm fine. I'm not going to improve without feedback. I also learned a lot this time with the chance to be off stage. To be honest, it was a dream come true.
What a great attitude. You don't seem upset at all by our comments.
I wouldn't say I'm completely unaffected, but you're only speaking the truth. They're all very valid points.
Still, now that Paimon thinks about it, you did finish the script in a bit of a rush. Maybe we were being a little too hard on you.
That's perfectly fine. Nothing is as important to me as my work on the stage. We all use our imaginations when we're kids, right? I used to play with dolls and my own cardboard cutouts by the light of an oil lamp. The shadows would come to life and dance on the walls. I never got tired of it. Fast forward to now, and in many ways, I'm still that same little kid, lying on his bed, making sound effects. And I get the same joy from running a show now as I did in my little bedroom theater. Of course, a director can accomplish nothing without a cast and crew. So on that note, I want you to all know that I am eternally grateful to each and every one of you.
Hey, don't mention it. We had a blast.
Okay, here, take this. Your component, as promised.
It's the bottle from the show! The one that lit up when I blew into it.
That's right. Can you guess the secret behind why it lights up?
Oh, maybe there's an invisible fairy inside that opens its eyes when you blow into it.
Bingo! You guessed it.
That should do the trick. Oh, wait, this needs tightening up a little. Hold on, this will only take a second.
This
Kaya's
seems more
outfit's here too.
fashionable than I imagined.
Excuse me, everyone. Do you have a moment? Especially you, Zosimos. Itia wants to do a little something for you. She says it'll be a dream come true.
A dream come true?
Yes. She said that as useless as she is, she wants to do something for you as the first person to have heard of your dream of being a director. Her words, not mine. I'd have to disagree, though. I have never thought of Itia as a useless person.
How is this suddenly about me? If everybody is ready, then I'd like to invite tonight's male lead to take the stage. Ta-da! Wow!
Cool! Kaya's turned into the real Dagger Bandit!
How is me changing outfits supposed to make the director's day? It's just a prototype costume. Is he that easy to please?
Don't be silly. If I know our director, nothing will make him happier than to see his ideas brought to life by the right actor.
Well, then I'm happy to oblige. Who am I to argue with the star of the show?
Zosimos drew up countless designs and made a few prototypes before landing on this one. It just needed some tailoring to fit properly, so I made a few stitches here and there. I hope the result isn't a disappointment.
Oh, it's perfect. Idea, I'm... Oh, I'm so touched. Thank you all. You've made me happier than I ever thought I could be.
How are you doing? Recovered?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you again, Idea.
Oh, please, don't mention it. Well, now that we have the final component, it's time to say goodbye for now. Let's head to the core of the Valyria Mirage and get this place fixed up.
Can I keep wearing my costume?
Please do, by all means. Both of you can keep your costumes. It seems only fair.
Yay! Kaya, keep wearing yours too. It looks amazing. I agree with our mage. I'm sure it's not every day you get to play such an unforgettable character.
Sure. I think I can be a bandit for a little longer.
Bye-bye, Mr. Director.
Take care, my dear friends.
Hey, like that was the last part of that section. So yeah, that wasn't too bad actually. I know that a lot of people were complaining about being unable to skip the play section whenever it first came out. So it's wherever this thing is. Hub of the Mirage.
Oh, Eula and Kale! You got back before us!
Yes. Idea had the water droplet send us a message just as the show was coming to an end, so we came back here to wait for you.
How is Lessig doing?
He finished all the maintenance work, but it took a lot out of him. He's now fast asleep in his room.
Oh, I feel a little guilty.
Consider it his atonement. It's only fair that he had to do something constructive before being able to sleep soundly. Seriously, don't waste your concern on him.
If you say so. Okay, without further ado, let's go and fix the domain!
Isn't this where we first met Water Droplet?
Correct! The core of the Valyria Mirage is the largest streaming projector of all, and this domain is one gigantic preprint.
Whoa, so everything we've seen is created by this? That's incredible!
So, to fix it, same process as usual, right? Do we need to use the preprint? Exactly! Well done! You catch on quick. It's hard to forget after doing it so many times now. Let's get going. This is the final step. Yay! Suddenly Paimon's really excited. The hub consists of these components. All you need to do is place them onto the foundation in the right shape. The right shape? But we've never seen what it looks like. Oh, don't worry about it. Close enough will do. As long as it can spin, it'll be fine. Should be fine. I think.
I guess it'll be time for us to
I didn't
leave
realize
once
Paimon
this
was
is
still
fixed.
talking. I was gonna see what all the people had to say.
Something that spins. Would a water wheel count? If I remember remember correctly, I think there's supposed to be a small cog on the right-hand side. So maybe that's the candy box.
It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle. Wait, this is Zosimos' bottle lamp. Try sticking it in somewhere where there's a gap. And maybe on the right. It's like doing...
Sorry, Clea. Oh, wait.
It's like doing...
I swapped the dialogue.
What's making that shadow? Is it the rope? I feel like the rope should go from one part to another to connect them together. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
The upper. I think this goes in upper. This goes in lower. Okay, there it goes.
We did it! But why isn't it turning? The components are back in the core, and the hub is restored to its proper shape again. That's all we needed to do. Like any wound, it just needs time to heal. It'll probably just start turning again one day in the middle of the night when no one's looking.
Really? I thought that with your special abilities, you could get it turning again right away.
What? Huh?
All of us are dying to see it. Not just how the domain looks when it's fixed, but also Edea. In her element.
I want to see Edea using her magic powers too! I bet they're super awesome! What are you guys talking about? And how is Clean on this, but Paimon isn't?
They're referring to our mascot's true form.
As I've said all along, there's much more to Edea than she gives herself credit for. She has a very special power. Though, I think some of us have sensed that already.
Did you notice right away, General? I only found out when I was chatting with Eula.
So our general was the first to notice. It seems like she's more perceptive than she lets on.
I'd say the same about you, Kaya.
What the... All of you? No? I mean, I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, I promise. It's just... For people who stumble upon this place by accident, I think my current form is more approachable than my true one. I don't want people to get scared when they see me. What? What is it? And whatever it is, how the heck does everyone know about it?
Well, for one thing, I sensed elemental energy in the residents here, but none of them have visions. Then my mind started to wander as I was reading a storybook, and suddenly, I had a thought. Since hydroidolins can change into any form, why not human form?
You hit the nail on the head. All right, in that case, please allow me to introduce myself once more. I am an Oceanid who was exiled here when the former Hydro Archon passed away. My name is Edea.
Number 1, the former Hydro Archon passed away. At number 2, an Oceanid.
Wow,
No wonder those oceated things were around.
I suddenly feel a little embarrassed talking to you all.
You look stunning. You should be flaunting this look at every opportunity.
Oh, come on. I'm too shy. Wait. So does this mean that all the people we met in here are actually...
I'm guessing that the human counterparts to these Hydro alter egos are long gone.
That's right. When they wanted to leave, I took them to the edge of the desert. The components are, in fact, gifts that they gave to me before they left. But I'm always curious about what brings people here, so I used the streaming projector to bring their wishes to life.
The power to grant wishes, but only within the confines of the bottle.
Exactly.
It's a truly extraordinary light.
I've just realized something. When the components fell from the core, it appeared as if they had returned to their respective owners. But actually, it was after the components landed where they did that their owners and the things associated with them arose around them to form the different zones.
So now that the components have been retrieved, does that mean that all those things are gone? Don't worry, they'll be quite safe. As long as I remember them, they'll never disappear. However much we might criticize each other or get into scuffles, in this Mirage, they will always be my friends. I had so much fun in the choo-choo cart and hanging out with Mr. Director. I'll never forget them either. Me neither. I'll always remember my adventures in this Fantasyland. Very good. But it's probably time I set this wheel in motion. This one's all yours, Adia, our magical mascot. Please work. Huh? Huh? That's strange. Nothing happened. Has it lost some power because of the incident? Oh, crumbs. Not now. Not right off the back of everyone putting me on a pedestal and me acting like this was going to be my big moment. Someone get me a bottle. I'm hiding myself away. See you in 100 years. You're already in a bottle. What now? This was the only way. Now I'll never be able to show you how the Valyria Mirage is supposed to look.
Hold on. I have an idea.
Yes, General Sangonomiya? I'm all ears.
If it's okay with you, would you let me borrow the Shinro casket from the domain's core?
Ah, the Shinro casket. That sounds familiar. 1 second. Here. Is this it? Wow! A huge shell! It's the relic that Kokomi mentioned earlier! So this is where it's been hiding!
It was once a ritual vessel used for making offerings in the Moun Shrine. It's made from the remains of a yokai called the Shinkiro, and it can listen to the wishes of those who come to pray to build up Shinki, which gives it its power. Several centuries ago, the relic was lost when the last prefect of Yashiori died in battle. Its final resting place was unknown. The pearl that goes with it should be able to sense the casket's location. But when, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, the casket disappeared inside the core of the Valyria Mirage, the pearl's light died out.
Huh? How come?
Well, imagine it was a sound instead of light. If the room is too big, you can't hear anything from outside the door, can you?
Oh, I get it now.
The shell must have been having too much fun one day and got locked in the solitary confinement room.
I
Probably.
understand now, too. The core has been wearing out recently. That's why you were able to follow the pearl all the way here.
To get back to the story, without the offerings at the shrine, this vessel
Yeah, the
quickly
traveler's just
evaporates
kind of
into
here
the
in this
hollow.
event.
Yet countless people who have visited this domain brought their wishes with them and left a small piece of themselves behind along with their gifts. These have the same effect as the offerings at the shrine.
Wow! I never knew this thing was so powerful.
It is powerful enough to help you repair the Valyria Mirage with any luck.
But what do I do with it?
It's simple. We just need to awaken it by telling it what we wish for. For example, my name is Sangonomiya Kokomi, the divine priestess of Watatsumi Island. And my wish is to use my critical thinking and strategic planning skills to bring a little more joy into the lives of my fellow Watatsumi Islanders, as well as the lives of everyone I cherish. Itia, what do you wish for?
Me? My wish is that all those who have sojourned to the Valyria Mirage in the past will achieve what they truly wish for. Not just in this domain, but out there, too. Even though I know full well that trying to build a railway in the outside world is just a pipe dream, and that Maimuna will probably just go back to being a scholar. And I know that Zosimos has a lot of improving to do as a playwright. It's going to be tough for him back in Fontaine. Chasing your dreams is hard work. Despite all of that, I still hope that somehow, someday, they will achieve their dreams.
Okay, the combined power of our hopes and dreams is at your disposal.
Look!
Oh, they're still
the
around.
Prophet face.
Come on, hurry! Yay! Itia, you're back to normal!
Everyone's praise and curious questions went to my head. I said so many things I'm so ashamed of, and I lost the courage to live on.
Please don't say that. Yours was a noble wish.
Yeah, and you weren't granting wishes for yourself. You did it for other people. I have friends like that too. Other people's hopes and dreams are what motivate them. They'll work tirelessly just to see them smile. If you ask me, that's one of the most noble things a person can aspire to. Please, no more praise. I'm really not comfortable with it. It makes me feel so ashamed. Someone like me doesn't deserve so many people's praise. It's like I'm dreaming.
Well, at least the domain is fixed now, and all the components are back in place.
What's the matter, Klee?
I suddenly have loads and loads of more wishes. I want to ride the choo-choo cart again and look down from up on top of the big wheel. Is there a way to get up on top of the wheel, Idia?
There is a way, but there's only space for a very few people.
That's okay. I can go up by myself. But it'd be more fun with Miss Honorary Knight. Are we sure about this? It's so high. What happens if we fall off? Well, yeah, but Paimon's just worried for you.
Don't worry, I'll be there to make sure no one falls off. I haven't been up there in a long time myself.
I can fast travel to part of it. It's definitely pretty far up there, though. But yeah, this event's been pretty good so far, I think. With all the character interactions and stuff. That's what I like out of these kind of events, not really the actual event gameplay, necessarily. Get on the central hub's wheel. Wait, I was trying to jump on the thing here. Before I got on the wheel. It phased me out of it. Oh, I see how this is gonna work. Interesting. That's kind of like a Ferris wheel in a way.
Wow! So high! I can see everything! Idia, next time you need to bring Kaya and the others up here.
Sure thing.
It's interesting to see where the jellyfish would go. Oh, it's supposed to be night.
Whenever people have to leave this domain, I like to come up here and spend some time alone after I've seen them out. They're always overjoyed when they first arrive and start bringing their imaginations to life. But once they realize that they can't take anything home with them, they get upset. Some of them can't bear to leave. Others regret ever setting foot in this place.
Do you ever get sad, Idia?
I feel lonely at times, but not sad. A lot of people destroy everything they created before leaving, but some don't. like the residents you met. Before they left, they asked me to make replicas of themselves using hydro-eidolons. Then they tasked these replicas with maintaining everything they built here, as if this was their way of keeping their dreams alive.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know how they're faring in the outside world, but just the thought that one day they might achieve their dreams and live on the outside just as their counterparts do in here, that's enough to make me happy. It feels like I'm here waiting for them in the future, where they've achieved everything they wanted. Really? I just think that every dream, every wish, is like a flame in a bottle. Whether someone is still working towards their dream or living it already, as long as whenever they think back to that spark of light within them, it still makes them smile fondly. That's all it takes.
Well, I feel super happy right now.
Then I guess I finally paid Alice back after all these years. Funny to think I've been in the middle of a desert this whole time. It's just a giant muddy swamp to me.
Time for Paimon to give you a nickname! Mud Fairy! Watch out for Idea the Mud Fairy!
How dare you mock me! Roar! I'll gobble you up in one mouthful! Oh, I'm still embarrassed to have shown you my uglier side, but I'm glad the Valorium Mirage is up and running again. This place is going to be bustling with activity again soon enough. I hope you'll take some time to enjoy yourselves.
Yep, I want to get everyone together for one last ride on the choo-choo cart.
Hey, so yeah, I think that is all of the main part of the event done. All that's left now is just collecting all the vouchers and doing all of these, which I will probably save for off stream. Since yeah, I'll probably be looking up videos and stuff on how to collect all the vouchers. But I'm definitely going to be grabbing those. But before I end stream for now to go do that, there's one more thing I can do. Well, two things I can do on stream. Okay, the fact that the attractions are still there is kind of annoying. But first is domain over here. So yeah, we're gonna go run this domain, try to get some more talent level up stuff for Keiching. And then after that, I am going to go to Keiching's event match in the TCG. So yeah, because I'm hoping that I'm gonna get something interesting going in the card game. Wait, I've heard that there's like a pretty rigid meta for the game a bit, but I'm hoping that it's not too bad. Rigid's the best way I can think of describing it, but it's like kind of not necessarily solved, but there's definitely a best deck from what I've seen.
One with nature.
Incoming! Hey!
Hold the line.
Don't blink!
102 is not bad. Had 57 seconds earlier, but I had burst line up for that. Let's see, can I make 2 purples or just 1 for now? Oh, I can make 2. I wasn't actually expecting that. I think I increase this, right? This is something I use it more than the Skyward Sword, but it's not, or Starward Sword, but it's not bad. Plus I have C1, so. I'm still gonna have to get the materials for this. I thought I just need the crown. Like, I thought I would need these materials, but I didn't think I would need the boss materials too. Man, that's gonna take forever, actually. Okay, so yeah, it'll be kind of towards the end of this year before I can get Keeping finished off, unfortunately. Oh wait, this is not where you do the card game. Oh, you're new. Actually, I'll save that for later. Let's go ahead and invite Keijing. Thundering Pennant.
Relaxing after work is actually pretty nice.
Okay, so I'm just using my M deck. It's just called M. There's not really a specific reason. Yeah, I think those two.
I can do it.
Without a weapon in hand, I like opening with Sucrose. I don't mind holding Electrodie for it. The switched official either. Because I've got the item that makes it where next time I use skill, I'll switch. Okay, let's go ahead and pop this, see what we get. Okay, Catalyst is pretty good. No, don't Elemental Tune the Catalyst. I'd like to get that set up, but I don't necessarily need it. No, you know what? We'll do it. Since we're going to be sticking with Sucrose for a while. Yeah, I thought about playing them. What is this? Draw 1 food. Okay, they're doing some setup stuff with Ganyu. I think they're declaring end. Oh no, they had that too. Okay, the Noel card here is really good. I still want to keep options open for switching to official with the Noel card. I think we'll just have to do the fast action swap. We can take the hit for Sucrose anyway. Okay, that was a good time to swap. They have a shield on Ganyu. Yeah, I don't want to get vaporized here.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Fortunately, I'm out of dice, though, for now. Xianglin's got a shield up.
Nice and spicy.
I can heal that with the Dawn Winery, or Cathedral. Okay, this is not that good. Can I swap into Diluc here? No. What's Xiangling about to do? Okay, I didn't know if Pyronado hit everyone or not, because that would change how this interaction works, but I don't think it does. I do need to summon this.
Oz, reveal thyself. Let's end this. Eat this.
Pyronado hurts, but it's not the end of the world. Here, I need to do some elemental tuning. Get rid of these garbage cards that are in my hand. And, I don't mind hitting this with a +0 for now.
Rest for the wicked.
Didn't realize that was going to happen like that. Okay, we need to swap into D-Loop and then N-turn. So they'll get to attack first, but... Yeah, they also get a card played man. They got a pretty good hand. I maybe could keep the Animo die. But... Okay, gave it back. It'd be nice if there was a way for me to switch into Fischl. For a burst. Okay, this is an actual, like, cracked deck versus me, so it's a bit rough here. I think we do need to, play that. This will swap them into K-Chain. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think I need to get off of Xiangling here. It's way too much for me to deal with at the moment. Okay, yeah, she didn't have her burst or anything. I could swap into Sucrose here, actually. Because I think I can get a swirl the next turn. So yeah, they'll end here, they'll get to attack first, which is fine. Oh, they swapped to Ganyu. Here, I could do I could theoretically do an attack before I leave, but they've got 0 dice, so I want to go first. I'd rather just have burst with priority. Yeah, that melt's rough. But Ganyu can't deal that much damage to me at the moment. Plus I have a swirl on Ganyu. Actually, joking with this hand. Okay, there we go. It's definitely damage.
Stand clear.
Plus they've got some sort of catalyst on Ganyu. I heal, elemental tuning. Yeah, it's elemental tuning my whole hand, don't I? Oh, no, I don't.
Animal hypostasis emulation. A marginal advantage.
Let's finish this swiftly.
Yeah, I need to swap here, unfortunately. Yeah, they're just the best gamer to ever play the game, actually. My bad. That sucks. They literally just have perfect everything. Every single thing about their deck is perfect. That's crazy. Yeah. There's no way I can win, actually. That is actually the craziest thing I've seen in a while. Why can I not get playable cards? I have these cards that are pretty good, but... Great ice, yes. Fantastic, yes.
The threads of your
Here, I think we're
fate lie in
starting
my
with
hands.
Fischl. I just need to concede again. Oh my god, this is actually like the worst case scenario. It's great. It's fine, we can swap
Let's finish this
for
swiftly.
free. We're doing setup this turn. How much food do they have back there?
Speed of light.
Okay, we got the cathedral, that's nice. I actually have the worst RNG. What the... Dude. I'm conceding. I actually just cannot get a single thing to go even slightly right. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Like, even just slightly correct. Wild. You can't just give me one of the characters that I actually have on field to have one of these? It's
Let's
fine.
go.
I actually cannot believe this is happening, though. That's... It's like I'm fated to lose. I'm literally just, like, it's designed to make me lose. That's wild. I'm gonna save the bow for when I swap to fishing.
No touching.
I have Jade Chamber in my deck, I swear. I have good cards in my deck. I got cards that work with the cards that I have. But I'll never be able to see them because I lose the game too quickly because I can't roll a single sides. Okay, there we go. One red die, but I mean, can't really complain when got that many rainbows. White card. We get some nice attacks here. I can regen that. Hoping that they attack or switch or something. Okay, nice. Perfect. It doesn't matter. They get one shot. He looks fully set up now. Okay, a single pyro die. Incredible.
Verdict is
This melt is gonna hurt. Okay, never mind, they use that. Okay, so we're gonna swap.
I can do it.
Unless they have food on hand, they're about to die, which they don't have food on hand because they've only got one card. I mean, either way does the same damage, so might as well.
Absorption test.
Might as well make them swap to Keijing.
As I
Oh wait, they swapped to
anticipated.
Ganyu, specifically. Okay, but they don't have enough for their elemental skill, and I get to go first. Play card and end round. I want to force them to swap out of Ganyu. I didn't get a single die that I needed, actually. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're good. Just barely, by the way.
Animal
But that is, unfortunately, all that I can do for now.
Incoming.
Play card, card, and end round. Surely Caging can attack again. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Let's end this. Glaze over.
Okay, we lived. Wait, is that gonna do it, Ice?
One shall descend once again.
That's so annoying, actually.
Let's finish this swiftly.
It's fine, we have a sword. Gotta remember that we're playing against a literal perfect deck with pretty much every free-to-play card in ours. Does this kill? No, I have to use this.
I will not. A slight miscalculation.
Fine, I can end here.
Born of ice and frost.
Okay. Elemental tuning, and this should be more than enough.
Must press on.
Got 3 out of 3 there too, which is nice.
Congratulations.
And those first 2
You
games,
win.
like, needed pretty much perfect RNG to recover from. Well, goodbye, Caging, for now. There's another character I think I can challenge that I need. I need Raiden and I need Xiangling for this, right? Well, that's a different type. No, I need Mona for the one that I want to play. Let me see. There's one with Xiangling official in it
You
too.
really want to play against me? No crying like a baby if you lose.
Okay, so they've got some vaporize stuff going. Okay, we got a pretty cracked starting
Let's
hand.
finish this swiftly.
The worst dice of all time. Okay, actual playable dice because got a bunch of rainbow. Play card. Play card. Pretty much perfect starting hand. Actually, Timmy wouldn't be that bad in starting hand. Okay, so they've got official stack of something. Some elemental tuning going on, so they're trying to attack with Mona. Yeah, I'll just end for now. Swapping official. They can't attack though. Oh wait, yeah they can. Oh, but it's not the skill. Yeah, as long as it's not the skill, I'm good. If it's a skill, that's an issue. Okay, now I get the Util spell. Okay, I didn't see the Pyro die at first. Surely I don't go 2 rounds in a row without getting a single pyro die. We're just getting in some attacks here. Okay, they've got Bennett stuff going. They're out of cards in the hand. That's interesting. They can only do one attack here. Okay, the electro charge wasn't too bad. I need to make sure that I have my skill open for use next round. Here, while we're in this position, let's go ahead and play card. And then end. Strike of Fortune. Okay, luckily it's just strike. I could steal that summon to my side. They got Strategize. Their last card in the hand. Okay, a Paimon here is huge. Here, we're holding the Anemo die, because I might swap to Sucrose. Okay, that's pretty good. A card. I know that this is going to result in Diluc dying, but his damage is pretty good. We're basically just trading Diluc. Or I think Diluc's dying here. He might not die technically.
Let's light it up.
Okay, yeah, they had the...
This game is too much like hard work.
Animal test 6308.
Special's also at 1 HP. Okay, but we get to end now. So we get Prio. And we're gonna kill Bennett and Fischl this turn. And it looks like they want Mona to die too. I always draw that card round after my card dies, I swear. Okay, we're hoping for Electro maybe. Oh, I accidentally didn't convert one of the die. Oh well, we don't technically need Electro. Play card. I do think I played that card.
Absorption test. One shell. I'd have peeked ahead if I'd known. Shadows of Fate.
That's gonna be a lot of damage actually, if I don't swap.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
It's kind of too much damage if I don't swap. Okay, never mind. They only had a normal attack. I thought they would have had their skill. Okay, so they have Mona Burst. Ready? Okay, the shield's gone, and I have Prio, so they're dead. As long as I get one Electro die, which I got 2.
By royal decree, my reckoning has come. It's just a few cards, honestly.
Sure thing, Mona. So with that, I don't think Raiden has one where I can just invite them off of here. Oh, they do. Well, I do need highest
If
card.
it's only a few games, by all means.
Okay, so they're really into overloaded. I don't really like those 3 cards in general. Okay, sheesh, we have cracked Diluc hand.
Let's go.
Did not get the dice for it, but just playing this to get 1 attack.
There is no escape.
That's not good. Unfortunately, they didn't actually attack me. Okay, they're about to do a basic attack. Yep. Okay, I need more than 1 Myro die. You can give me more than 1. Okay, 2. Technically more than 1. Doesn't Paimon guarantee... Oh no, you just get stuff. Okay. I see how that works now. I'm gonna make eye swap. Oh, you hit me with a normal attack. It's drawn pretty terribly.
Animal test 6308.
I can swirl Bennett next round, hopefully. Yeah, they're out of die. So I can just swirl Bennett, and then I'll probably have to sack Sucrose, maybe. But that'll get rid of I.
Absorption test.
quite impressed. Quiver!
I don't think this is necessarily that worth it, but it's pretty good. I'm willing to sack Sucrose for Prio. Swap to Bennett. Okay.
My research has failed.
I
Let's
think
finish
I
this
swapped to
swiftly.
Diluc. They have Kujosara on field.
Your card is mine to take.
Whatever you say. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, I don't have burst, unfortunately, but should still be pretty good.
Flash! A fierce battle.
Okay, slow. Get one attack with Bennett. Oh, it was that attack, fortunately. Okay, that's good. Did I switch? An auto switch? And I get Prio.
Out of the way!
So I get an electro charge to start off with as well. Oh no, they swapped me back. Because I had passion overload. Wait, do I still have a free switch? It's a fast action. Here, I need electro die. Yeah, it has a fast action. Oh,
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
No rest for the wicked.
Couldn't break the curse.
nice.
Oh, this game is truly unpredictable.
So yeah, I'll need to start getting more and more of these matches, but I thought I would just show them on stream for the first few of me getting the cards that I need for this deck. So why does it keep bugging me out like that? What's the order on this? It's Keiching Mana. Yeah, and I did go ahead and get their skins. Their dynamic skins. Okay, so yeah, I'll have to edit this some more, but this is what I've got in for now as well. I think there's a few more cards that I need to get before it's fully complete and everything. But yeah, that'll be it for now for me. Guess I'll see everyone in the next one.